Welcome to another stream. Welcome to Asylum Atelier. Welcome to our creative discourse. As the title said already, it's going to be just painting today. Why it's going to be just painting? Because that's what this is about. This is a stream where we actually paint alongside, and it's awesome. So if you're not doing it already, you should definitely try. Pick up your pencils, paper, brushes, clay if you're sculpting, whatever it's something, pen if you're a writer, music instrument if you're a musician, or sing along with us if you're a singer. It doesn't really matter. This is more about the creativity and that creative process, and working alongside, kind of concentrating that creative activity around exchanging information and receiving constructive criticism, and maybe fooling around with some crazy ideas that you might be maybe a little uncomfortable with. So this is like a small support group for all the craziness that you would like to do with your artwork. I'm running a little late today. I haven't had a chance to change my. I'm just trying to show you this. I still have shoes on. Again, running this stream. It's also turning slowly into a health influencers, I guess, because we're running around trying to put things together, be here on time, and it's getting more and more difficult. Today, I started 2-3 minutes late than I wanted to, because yesterday, you remember, I was talking about that bell that's supposed to a ring that is my signal when I'm doing something, or I'm in the middle of something and I'm not really paying attention to time. I'm pretty sure that that's something that happens to all of us, that you are so into certain things. And I have other projects that I'm working on right now, some that I have to finish by Friday, because there's going to be people coming into studio. So Friday, I'm not sure how long I'll be able to stream, because I have to present a project that I'm working on. It's a 3D visualization, and it doesn't really matter. So I was like, I'm in tune and I'm doing things on the computer. Then I ran in the bag into a like a little, small, how would I call it? It's a storage. It's another storage. The whole studio is a storage, and there is another storage behind this, like a small little nook, you can call it. And I hear that bell, and I'm like, oh wait, it's too late. I have to turn on the camera. So I had my camera actually on the tripod ready, and it was hooked to a charger, but it was still turned up, so it's just because I'm turning it back and forth, because it's actually leaning on the wall, so I can't really control the settings in the back. So it was turned around into a wall, and I already pressed the button start streaming. I didn't even have my camera set up ready properly. So let me adjust this one as well, just to show you how far behind I am when it comes to preparation. So bear with me. Today it's going to be just painting, because at this point that's what we need. That's what I have to work on the most, because like I said, I'm trying to figure it out, every little small detail. When I'm looking, when I'm looking right now, I am analyzing a painting. I have my warm tea. It's really cold in the studio. We were just chatting in the chat with DM7 Art that it's getting pretty cold, and the weather, it's perfect. I mean, this is the weather for me. It's really, really nice, bright light. And when I say to me, I mean when it comes to ideas of a painting, because this is a bright, shiny sky, but you can feel a cold in the air, and the colors are cooler. This is one of few days throughout the year that we have here in the region where I am, where these requirements for me, for observing, is just that you can see a coolness in the sky. It's slightly different than warmer, clear sky. It's hard to describe. It's when you get into painting from life and like a kind of a natural painting, and when you look then on the paintings with not necessarily with a Rembrandt, because he does not really have these. There was a different thought about the environment around them, or school of thought rather, or maybe even philosophy. But this kind of environment, it's the key for understanding the nuances in the light. Or actually, it's not the key. It was key for me to understand the nuances. You might have heard me talking about Ron Lemon, my color theory guru, master. I don't know how to say it, because he taught me so much. At that point, you would say useless information. You remember we talked about that he was specific about like what's the weather outside like? Like feel the temperature. Like how do you describe a temperature with the pigment? And why some of the greatest painters actually used this colorization to describe a certain a feeling of an environment. It's very, very important. And I think that when it comes to painting from life and combined with impressionism and a little bit of realism, maybe naturalism, something that I really enjoy and like, these are the key days, because you can clearly understand the difference with the kind of a haze in the air, and how colder air somehow reflects the light differently. I guess because it's like a cooler temperature, so the molecules are not like as fast. So I have no idea how it works. I'm just trying to use the very little knowledge from physics that I have, but I'm pretty sure that it has something to do with the atmosphere, because that's influencing the color of the light and overall feeling actually. And then maybe it's just because it's colder, so my eyes are just colder. I have no idea. Maybe that's the problem. But that's something that this is the day where I would actually go outside, and I would just be so happy that I can be outside and observe. This wouldn't be necessarily the best way to go outside and paint, even though it's nice, and it's the sun gives you the warmth, and when you're moving, you feel kind of warm. The moment when you're going to stand on the same spot, barely moving, and it's just you're going to get cold. Your hands are going to freeze. But it's possible. But it's not really the ideal. So I can't really go outside and really paint with oils. When it's below zero, it's difficult to go outside and use watercolors or acrylics anyway. But it's a great time to do quick sketches outside. And it's awesome. We already have all the terraces, how would you call it? The patios for the little cafes. They're already out. You can get the blanket, warm tea, and you can sketch every person that walks by or sitting around. It's kind of a perfect day for that. So yeah, my day, as you can see, my day is going great. I wish that I have more time. I wish I allocated more time to do this than the procrastination. That's what I'm trying to say. So if you're procrastinating, stop doing it. Yeah, like the blueness is way more crispier or something. It's hard to describe. I just Googled him. We'll look into it later. Still sound cold. I think it'll warm. I think it'll wait till it's warm. Yeah, definitely. That's and you mentioned that you're Googling him. I think you mean Ron Lemon, right? So yeah, I'm gonna be continue painting and working here on this. And why I started the conversation about the light, because I'm looking at this painting right now, and the way when the room it's fully flooded, I mean this is as bright as it can get, I think, in my studio, considering that I am kind of like a north. I'm kind of like a northwest a little bit orientation, right? So I will get a little bit more. I don't get direct sun. Maybe at the end of the day, when it's just kind of trying to, go away. Ron Lemon color theory. Yeah. You're absolutely right. Yeah. I think that he has some videos on YouTube as well, but I'm not sure. If I'm not mistaken, and you might know, I think you know, probably everybody who ever actually went or Googled something or actually used YouTube, probably you know who is Stan Prokopenko. I believe that's how you pronounce his name. He's also known as Proko, and he has this like a huge channel about art and stuff. YouTube video about color theory. That was the first. Yeah, because Ron Lemon, it's he's the I don't know how to say it. He's very tough though. You have to. He's one of those no nonsense guys. That's what I like about him probably the most. He's that kind of a no nonsense guy. He doesn't really, and actually everyone that I ever worked with that is on that highest level, these are mostly non-nonsense guys. Because you don't have time to do nonsense when you are on that top level, I guess. That would be the answer. So. You know Proko, Stan? Yeah. I don't know if you know him personally. I don't think I met him. I think that we were supposed to do something together with even with another student while I was in LA, because that's when we that's when he was starting. And if I'm not mistaken, Ron Lemon is actually a teacher of Stan Prokopenko, or it was at one point. If I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure because they're from the same area. I think they're both from Southern California, but I'm not sure. I would be lying. I didn't meet him, but I subscribed to his channel a long time, like 5 years or something, maybe longer. Long enough. Yeah. And I think that he worked with the person responsible for me getting the mediator between my school in LA and academy in St. Petersburg. And I think he worked with him, and he also did a couple painting demos. When I don't know, during the COVID, I think. Well, let me think. This is just I'm just hung up on details that are not important. When was it? I'm just trying to. Let me see if I can Google. I'm trying to Google the proper. trying to. Okay, I'm sorry. I was trying to Google some things. If I can find, if I can only find it. Let me see. Maybe not. Maybe not. I'm sorry for this. I was not ready for this. Yeah, okay, all right, I found it. So I was not, this is a guy, you might want to check as well. His name is Leonid Okun, or Leon Okun. Let me just type it down. I just wanted to make sure that I'm giving you a correct information. So this guy, he's a great painter. He also finished the academy. And that's when because I remember that at one point he did these streams with Prokopenko, with Stan, and Leon is a very good friend of mine. He actually helped me to get to the academy because he filled in the application for me when I was trying to actually apply for it, because I didn't even understand what's there, and he sent the letter, and he helped me to put the portfolio together. We actually did the portfolio. Speaking about him, you remember I was talking about the Rembrandt portrait, or the copy of a Rembrandt. So this portrait that I worked on, it's just, I have these like a memorabilia for myself. So this portrait of Rembrandt, the copy, or the setup or the model that we created, or a whole ensemble that we created, was actually in his class, and we were trying to do that combination. So you go and you do a master copy, and then we set up the portrait and did like something similar, that's something to that's what kind of stuck in my head when we start talking about these different people that we mutually know. So. Speaking of that, I need to do master study exercise. Oh, you should. And you know what? I would recommend you try as hard as you can to ask around and be ruthless with the people from museums and beg at them and create some new conditions in the museum, so they allow you to actually work next to the, don't work from the, not that don't work from, I mean, if you can't really do anything else, then get a really nice a picture or representation of the painting, whether it's printed or on the screen. It's just being next to Rembrandt's painting, like this far, and having my painting there and copying it one to one and see exactly his brushstrokes. When I was when I was copying, it was part of assignment that we had to copy to do a master study. It was one of the most valuable experiences I've ever had. That particular thing unlocked my desire to do master studies. Before that point, master studies was completely pointless for me. I couldn't even see the reason. Why should I do that? Why should I copy something? I want to create, I don't want to copy. But the copy, it's about understanding of a process, and it's already simplified observational problems for you when it comes to actually three-dimensional objects. So everything that you see on the three-dimensional object around you, when they are painted and you're copying painting or photograph, that's already two-dimensional information. There is that translation that already happened, right? So instead of painting from life and trying to interpret the world that you see and translate it to a two-dimensional surface, right? It would be like translating it from a different language. Here, you're just copying one-to-one. So instead of translating, you're trying to make sure that you are not making grammatical mistakes, rather than just actually consciously thinking about the, I don't know, what the author in the different language is trying to say. That's as close as I can get to describe that kind of a learning process. And then ideal scenario for me was that, even though I thought that it's bad, because during that period when I was supposed to be in that museum and working one-to-one, they told us that we're not going to do it because there is a COVID and everything. It's lockdowns. Nobody's going to go nowhere. So I was really disappointed because it's supposed to be like during the summer, and I thought that I'm just going to relax. I'm going to have a couple, I'm going to do walks through these beautiful parks that are in St. Petersburg, and have these, like, enter the small cafes, having tea, coffee, and then go and paint in the museum, and then go back and just enjoying the summer. Unfortunately, that all was canceled, and I felt that robbed, that this is not the experience that I'm going to work on. And then I did, and it was even better because it happened in a fourth year in the academy, and we had to wake up early morning and go before the actual ateliers in the school, and they allowed us to work, from I think 8 to 9. And then when the museum opened, so we were there every morning before anyone else. So you had the whole museum for yourself. The best experience in my life. Plus, it's a great warm-up session. Like, you are there with the Rembrandt, you paint for 2 hours, then you pack up your stuff. You don't even clean your brushes. You just put them into a Saran wrap, and you just go to school, and you just and you start mixing the same thing, and you go. The best experience in my life to do a little 2-hour one-on-one with Rembrandt as a warm-up. What can be better, right? Unfortunately, no drinks were allowed there, so no tea. Hey, Myron, good to see you here again. I can get high-quality picture directly from their website, but yeah, it would be good to paint in front of the real life. In the real, from real life. I'm envious of your experience. Well, it has its drawbacks, but we're not gonna talk. This is not a drama channel. We're not gonna talk about the bad things. This is a comedy stream, if anything. I'm just the comedy that you are laughing at me, not with me, unfortunately. But it's okay. I can definitely. I actually enjoy to make fun of myself. So who doesn't, right? So yeah, that was a great experience. And it stuck with me. The copying Rembrandt stuck with me. And I'm doing it more as something for fun. I can't even understand that. You remember we did a couple of these variations with Rembrandt portraits. One was a bed painting Friday, whatever surface we have. Then other one was a scrap materials. And it's just having fun with copying. It's so important, because you don't even need to go into perfection there. You don't even need to try to reproduce the same thing. You're just inspired to that technique and the brush strokes and maybe textures, and you always choose something that you want to work on. So yeah, but school took that painting from me. They took it into their fund, into their museum. So yeah, I wish I have that a copy. I'll see. Maybe they'll give me a permission to at least take a picture of it, because I didn't even take a picture of it. I'm that. Well, I could, but I didn't have a proper camera. So not that I have right now, but at least the digital camera that I use right now for recording, it's better than just a very old cell phone camera. So maybe they allow me to go to a depository, or whatever they call it, the museum warehouse where they store these paintings, and maybe they just allow me to take a picture of it at least, so I have a some kind of proof that I did it, that it's mine, and it's my copy. Plus, we had to do. It's always when you do these master copies from real life, you have to make sure, but not make sure. They will, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, they won't ever allow you to do one-to-one copy. So it's either 10% smaller or 10% bigger. I would recommend to do 10% smaller than 10% bigger. But you have to be 10% off in every direction, right? So because when they have a record and you would accidentally do one-to-one banger job and copying it one-to-one, so they know that it's slightly smaller and they have the original sizes. So that's something to kind of think about when you're gonna, if they allow you to do that, just do that. Or I think that you could change and use a different surface. So I painted on because the portrait that I chose was on the wood, so I chose the wood and I used the rabbit skin glue, and then the preparation, the way how Rembrandt did it, with a ground that was like a mixture of I think it was not titanium, it was a lead white with that calcite, and a little bit of red was in it, to create also a tone on the canvas. Well, it's a process. You can find it online. I don't remember the exact recipe, but you can definitely find it online. There's plenty of these information about Rembrandt surfaces, and we're getting more and more information every day, because we have a better scanners, the deeper X-rays of the painting, and so on and so forth. So, but it's not as important. The important part is that you have fun when you're doing it. And I remember when I did that portrait, I did not have fun. I did it because it was exercise that I was supposed to do, and I think it shows in some way. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Well, actually, this is and this was treated the same way. So I prepared the board, I glued it myself, like a special wood glue that I put there. And unfortunately, this is an MDF board and not just the regular board, because back in the days they have like a specific planks that they use, and it was difficult to get them, and you have to wait because they had to be like dried to a certain way, and it's just I would have to go outside and cut my own tree. I don't think I don't think that's that necessary. But yeah, it was and you can see it was a treated, like with the similar underpainting that he had, and I was trying to get the similar effects. It's not really successful that much, but it's a beginning. It's a beginning. So yeah, but I remember that I was not happy about that. I really was not happy about it. I was kind of like, why do I have to do these copies? I love Rembrandt, but you're a student. You're lazy to do things, and that's what's up. I don't know. That's actually you are a student. I'm saying I was a student and I was lazy to do that, and that's a big red flag when your laziness is taking time from your procrastination, right? So that was my problem. Then I was like, well, I want to procrastinate, but I'm lazy to even procrastinate. So, that's when you realize that, okay, you better step up with your painting game. That makes sense. I'll have to experiment with that. I hope that you are talking about the painting and not the fact that you want to experiment with procrastination and laziness. But that's what it is. Trust me, this is the only thing I believe that most of us prevents from doing something great. That's how I feel. Because really, if such a lazy piece of fill the blank like I am, and I'm not even joking, I'm being 100% serious. The amount of laziness that is inside me, oh my God, it's like, if I could paint as good as I can be lazy, man, yeah. I would say that, that at that moment, I would say that Rembrandt is the second best painter ever lived, because I would be the first one. If only I could paint as good as I can be lazy. Too lazy to procrastinate. Yeah, that's the name of the game. That's the name of the game. When it comes to procrastinating, I'm too good at it. There's no need to feed it even more. I feel you. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I still feel that there is no match to me and my procrastination and laziness. I can factually, verifiably say that that's impossible. I just want to use the stupidest joke. Well, ask my mom. I'm using it. Ask my mom. She'll tell you. Because even this actually, the proof is in the pudding. I just type, this stream is going to be just painting. It's what? We are 48 minutes in, and I did literally zero painting. So, who is the king of a procrastination? Well, I am. This is such a weird pigment. I'll have to. What is this? It's interesting because it says that it's a French brand, but I turned it around and immediately I read that it's made in China. So I don't know if this is a Chinese a brand. Where are these made? I'm not saying that I'm not saying it's bad. It's just it has like a weird feeling. Let me see. This is a natural pigment, and these ones are made in Czech Republic. Okay, so these are Czech. Okay, cool. All right. I was just replenishing my yellow ochre because you know how I love yellow ochre. It's the main pigment to go. And let me clean up a little bit white because I want to start working on those hands there. We need to do a contest to settle this down. I haven't started painting either. See, why is it weird pigment? Wonder it's weird. Why it's weird? It's not weird in the sense, and I should probably start expanding. Or maybe choosing my words wiser. When I said weird, and this is a disclaimer for everyone who's not familiar with this channel and this stream, when I said weird, I'm talking about my own experience. Just the fact, the consistency, it's very, very fine. It's incredibly fine. I don't know how to describe. It's just like someone actually, let me just give you an example, right? I have some of a, and this is something that some people prefer and some hate, right? And words like weird can immediately trigger a bad undertone, or like something is not good. But weird is because it's just such the fineness in the pigment. And when you compare it with something like I don't have the same pigment, but this is French sienna from a different manufacturer, the one that I really, really like. Can't get it here. And this one, it almost like this is a machine precision, and this is as good as I could get if I ground it on my own. I can actually, how could I do this? Could I maybe microphone? I don't know. You can, when you're mixing it, you can see that it's like a sand inside of a pigment. So it gives you a kind of a feedback of, I don't. It's raw sienna. So I feel, I'm sorry, raw umber. I believe that's what I squeezed because it was French sienna actually. That's how it's called, French sienna. Yeah. So, and this French sienna, which is really funny, looks like almost like a lighter raw umber. Interesting. Right. So, but what I want to say that this is, I can see, and you can even I can see it and I can hear it, that there is something. I don't know if this is you're going to be able to see it. Probably not. So it has a different consistency, whereas this one, like this is like butter. Even when you see, like when I'm working with the palette knife, like I can really smooth this out like perfectly, and there is no sound to it. So that's when I said it was weird. It's not weird because it's somehow wrong or bad. It's weird because I'm not used to that kind of consistency. So yeah, and like I said, I used to paint with fingers a lot. I still do, but not as much as when I'm wearing gloves. So you can, after using something that is so rough and the rough canvas, your fingers are really like you're a guitar player. Very interesting. Yeah, it is interesting, right? Because I have another manufacturer from Japan. When I was actually, it was some exhibition, I don't know. We discussed certain things, and they gave me like their super brand, like the highest quality, and the pigment was like I don't know, like so smooth and so refined and so consistent that it was, I mean, I couldn't even believe that. I'm trying to find if I still have it. I have their lead white. I forgot. I don't even know what's the. I can't even read it because it's all in Japanese. But I know that it's Holbein, if anything, if you're asking. I'm just trying to I'm trying to find some wording here that I could. Yeah, the only thing that is keep out of a children and do not swallow. Okay, it should be harmful. Well, thank you. Yeah, it's interesting because it was I don't know. It's just like some kind of a collaboration. It's a I'm trying to I'm reading it and um, I would like to squeeze it out and test it. Um, and I know that they gave me then I tested with them something extremely crazy. I don't know if this still works or they have some experience with it. I didn't want to use it. I just I play with it a little bit, and they gave me something like this supposedly is water soluble oil color, and it's called aqua oil. I mean, it's crazy, but so what they told me is that you can mix it with water if you want to, and then you can mix it with oil. Not at the same time, of course, but as a, wow, I can't. Okay, there we go. I didn't want it to break the cap. So this is a water-soluble oil, and as well, my understanding is that you can use it both ways. You can either use it as a kind of a acrylic that you put the water into it and you might do washes and then let it dry and you can start painting with the same pigments with the oils on top of it. I don't know, perhaps. So many different brands. I got a few water-soluble oils, paints as well. Was donated by the painter who quit painting. I didn't think I used them though. I'm going to check it out because I think that it was it's just this is I think it was 2015 or 2016. I think because I talked to I was because I went to a I think it was when I was yeah, it was at Comic-Con. We were there exhibiting and promoting a school and what we do. And like when you have these like booths and you talk to people and then you have a free time and you're just gonna roam around and since you have that like you have a badge that you're an artist, so you talk to another artist there and they show you behind the scenes. So this guy with the pigments, we talked about a little bit about a surfaces and grounds and so on and so forth, and we just kind of I don't want to say that we got into an argument, but we started like exchanging information and him as a manufacturer and me as a painter, and we just discussed, and he just got me a bunch of paint. I still have them somewhere. I know that I have this cadmium and that a lead paint because I wanted to use that lead white into a mix it into like when I'm using or when I want to recreate that Rembrandt-esque, and I'm still working on it. The kind of a feeling of a transparent white. So because the lead white is pretty good for that. It's pretty transparent, way more transparent than titanium, right? Actually, titanium is pretty opaque. So I want to use it. I think I used that cadmium yellow because I was missing the yellow and I needed cadmium, so I used it. But this is so smooth. I mean, and look at that power to that pigment. I mean, they really did a great job with this. I mean, it's just, because when I saw it, it almost burned my eyes. And I'm not used to this kind of like a really high saturation pigment, so kind of cool experience that I had there, exhibiting at Comic-Con, or being part of a school promoting classical figure painting and drawing, and you know. Let me just put this here, because then I don't know what time is it, and again, like hour went by and I did nothing, just talk about pigments. So let me set up this. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to this, because I hope that my 1 hour rant about everything, since this is just painting, right? I think I should call it just me talking. Yesterday I was working on that hand movement and motion and so on and so forth. So I'm going to revisit this because I still don't like this very much. So we're going to do old school. Ooh, no, well, now we're talking. Little, not even scraping. It's like that. Oh, ironing. A little bit of scraping and then just iron it in. All right, cool. This is way warm, way too much undefined. It's handy to have it in case. Yeah, and this is why I really oppose, truly oppose that idea that you have to have this particular brand and this particular set of pigments and this brushes on if you want to move from that territory of I paint because I like, and you want to go into territory of I'm going to create a paintings. Because you can't really be stopped only because of, like, you know, that you don't, I don't know, you don't like this brand because something, I don't know. So that's for me always a red flag. I'm not saying that it's not good if you don't know where to start, but being a professional painter and using only the same pigments over and over again, I would recommend you to use the same pigments for consistency while you're painting on one painting. But then if you're going to paint another painting, you might try it at different brands. And the only thing, and you remember I mentioned this multiple times, the only thing that I would stay away from, it's always like student grade paints. That's the only thing that I would stay away. And I know I'm repeating myself, but that's just a good reminder for everybody that the only thing that I would really stay away is just the student grade. Because it has a lot of fillers and it does not have that kind of a potency, and then your mixtures are kind of weak. It's difficult to work with, and especially if you have like a pigment that you are used to, and I know that happens to me with white. When we were in China, I grabbed their white, and this is not going to be about the student grade or bad grade, but their pigments are way more. They are kind of runnier. I don't know how to describe it. I don't think I have any tube because let me go and check. Since we talk about pigments, the consistency of their pigments was different. I don't think because I have another, other shelf with materials and chemicals. And I think, oh, I got it. I get it. Ooh, titanium white. And I thought that I don't have titanium white. Yeah, I was lying. I just have to check the storage. Always check the storage, guys. You might find some interesting things in your storage. But this is frozen. So I guess the experiment, it's not going to be, I can feel that it's frozen. It almost feels like it was in the, so let's wait, and maybe by the end of the, I'm just going to put it closer to, not the radiator, because I don't want to heat it up. I'm just going to let naturally warm up to a room temperature. So yeah. I guess students get paints for free, not sure what to do with them. I guess underpainting or so would be okay. Yeah, definitely go for underpaintings. You do all the underpaintings, you do all the studies and everything with them. Just make sure that you understand that you're doing this as experiments, and this should push you actually to have way more fun with the pigments. So, OMG, is that cold in your storage? Yeah, because storage has no heating. Yeah, and there's no isolation or anything. It's just a stone wall. That's it. And then what is the inside? The plaster, and then the color. And you can see these walls are not perfectly smooth because when you work with stone, they couldn't make the perfect flat surface. I feel cold just by hearing that from you. Yeah. That's trust me, it's cold. It's really cold. Anyway, let's get into this. So I'm going to continue with the hand, and then remember. All these things that you see me doing, like going to storage and picking up random pigments and random brands, it's because of not necessarily that I would have so much money that I could go and buy all the pigments that I need. It's not even close to be the case. It's about the communicating with other people, with other manufacturers, being interested in what other people do, and then they offer you to, well, test it, do this, just to be, I mean, when they see that you are really interested in the product, when you have some knowledge, when you have some experience, and you share with them, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have 100,000 followers. Maybe today it does, but you know, it's a little easier for me maybe to do it these days. They like to communicate, they like to exchange the information, they will provide some samples for you and you can test them. And also I am a, what did we say that I am? A collector, not a hoarder, I'm a collector. So I collect these things. I don't know, even though I don't like that pigment, I'm not going to throw it into a trash can. The only thing that I gave up and give it away, all of the pigment, was a zinc white. I have only one tube of a zinc white, and it's only because of, again, for a experiment with a not underpainting but ground layer. There's a specific method that that involves a zinc white, but in powder stage. Later, I realized that it's supposed to be a powder stage that Nikolai Fashion used as in his ground. Not very recommended, but it creates that, you know, absorbent surface. Let me double check this. Yeah. That's whoop. This doesn't work very well. This is a problematic area right here, and I'm going to be obsessing about this because I think it's breaking the overall movement. Because it's tangent right now, it looks like a tangent, and when I say tangent, what I mean is that I see this and his shoulder, even though I think that it goes behind and then goes again, like it shows from it's partially blocked by this. Visually, it looks like they're touching. That the thing that I was talking about, that you have to clearly show them one thing is behind another, because if you kind of hit it on the same side, we're automatically going to assume that it's next to each other. It's kind of a flattening that surface, and it's kind of visually it's annoying because I'm trying to show the tilt or the perspective or the rotation of his torso, and I can't, because this, it's kind of putting it on the same plane and making it flat. So I really have to either move it a little bit or just create a slightly different shape or different motion for that hand. And again, I don't want to do, you see, like I'm again kind of putting them into that kind of a, you know what I mean? It's shoulder is going this way, shoulder is going this way, shoulder is going this way. It's just that repetition. The shoulder that I have here, shoulder here. It's just it does not have enough variety for me. So that's something that I really have to look into, I think. Yeah. Then the neck, I'm looking at the neck, the beautiful mullet that we have here, keeping mullet there. I know it's not the proper hairdo, but it's making it look cool. In my book, you are more than welcome to disagree with me if you'd like to. Don't care. I'm loving it. I'm loving the mullet. It's just it's a statement. Yeah, that's the word that I was looking for. It's a statement. It's a fashion statement. You don't get it. You don't get it. And I'm laughing. I'm behind the camera, or smiling rather. All right. So I'm going to be working on this. I might shut up for a second. Yeah. And also, I'm sorry, I have to do something. I have a call. I'll be right back. Just give me a second. All right, I am sorry. I just, like I said, I'm constantly back and forth between multiple things at once, and when I need a cell phone, I just I have to put it down because right now my cell phone is my secondary camera. So let's go back to painting. All right, let me just turn on my digital library with some hands, because I need to figure it out how to work with this hand here. It's kind of annoying. Maybe I could create some of a, like, first of all, I should probably focus a little bit more on the shape, because shape is kind of wrong. And also maybe I could well, let's see. Is my mic on? I have to double check if the mic on. Yeah, it is. Cool. Well, I hope that while I'm running back and forth between things, you organize yourself a little better. And you are already in the painting stage, rather than just like me going back and forth between the storage room and the studio. Awesome. Right. Let me mix some of that. Can use this for my gray. Let me mix some of that dark value, so I can just move and navigate throughout here. But first, I have to not sand it down because it's still wet, but I need to soften it, because right now the directional brush strokes right now they work against me. They're creating kind of a weird vibe there. So what I have to do, I'm trying to push it even more outside than it needs to. So perhaps, yeah, maybe I could drop his shoulder even a little lower, just a touch, and that would. Because right now, again, I'm still feeling that I'm on the same. Oh, this is still wet. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Ooh, let's do some textures here. Cool. Nice. It looks like right now, because I'm going to create a kind of a, similar to this. Scratch into it a little bit, because it gives like a kind of old school, or maybe slightly wear and tear feel to that. icon, which is cool. And then I'm going to reflect a little bit more into his face. But what I'm trying to do is I'm looking here, and right now it almost sits on the same, on the same level. And it just kind of, I don't like that very much visually, because I'm getting, these dips in that kind of a sinusoid. So I have a small one, big one, small one, small one, small one, or actually this, I don't even need to count, I can put small one right here. Just visually, you see the flow when I'm talking about. I know it's a silhouette. It's just like a sinusoid that goes with the head, right? With a certain rhythm, and it's repeating itself, not necessarily unnaturally, but the repetition, it's a little too kind of like a, that's what we were talking about our heads, that we want to divide everything equidistantly, because that's the easier, it's less demanding on the brain power. Certainly on mine, because I'm just calculator when it comes to some, like, some other painters, that they have like a super duper processing power, like computers. Even I feel like a pen and paper rather. So let me just experiment with this a little bit. I know that I shouldn't. I know that I should follow the really, 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 I mean, truly, and I know it's just gonna, I'm being really honest. No sarcasm, no. Maybe at this point, everyone, including you, DM7, you mentioned it, I should maybe, get on with it, but somehow it's just my brain is not allowing me to do that. For whatever reason, my brain is not allowing me to do that. I'm sorry. I can't. I wanted to, I tried, but I can't. This is way better on that side, visually. So maybe I could push it. Let's do that. I can't. I'm sorry. I really can't. I tried. You saw me. I wanted to move faster forward, but I really can't. I feel lazy though, so I have to push myself. Okay, well, I was actually thinking about what we were talking about yesterday, about your plein air painting that you're working on. I check out your email. There is so many good things that are happening there. I am really, really what would be the word that I'm looking for? I'm happy to see that. That's what it is. And you mentioned a couple of problems in your work, but that's all comes down, trust me, to your design decisions that you have to do right now. You mentioned that you work on those trees, and that you're moving them, you're shifting them, you're not satisfied with how they're coming along. From my own experience, I would say that it's simply a design choice problem. So you have to set up yourself or you have to think about design. And this is not something that you can. And this is actually important thing, and for not only for you but for everyone who's watching or interested in the art, is that at one point, not at one point, there are moments that as a student you expect that someone's going to help you with some problems that you have with the painting, right? So I can help you, or not even, I'm probably not the best one, but there are a professional artists that they are really focusing on teaching other students how to, let's say, paint a portrait, how to set up the eyes. I mean, the anatomy of that, right? Then you have a painters, and that's something that I could be maybe a better help, and that would be like, let's right now develop that portrait a little bit further, and let's look for the emotions, because that's what I did. That's what I like to communicate with students and talk about, and that's what excites me to do. So it's easier, more natural to me. But there are things, and that's exactly what I saw with your painting, that this is not the problem of not knowing, this is not the problem of not having experience or anything like that. This is about your design choices and things that you want to do with the painting, and what do you want to communicate with me as the viewer. And a problem with the trees, I think that you have, yeah, that makes sense. By design, do you mean the shape or composition? Thanks. Well, I'm pretty sure, well, not pretty sure, let me rephrase it. I am certain that you have a composition in your head. I am certain that you're trying to get to that composition. And when I said design, that's something that I do. You remember, it's the same stage. Right now, the main composition is laid down here. That's there. I am right now, when I'm talking about design, I am trying to make sure that the main composition, as I'm turning it from abstract shape into a portrait, so every portrait, it's not going to be treated the same way, and by treated the same way, it's not going to be the same person. It's not going to be the same angle, same rotation, same tilt. So I am trying to fit into that abstract shape figures, but I don't want random figures. I want figures that have a certain expression. Another part of the design would be, okay, I have an expression, and then you remember how long I was working on the background, and I was trying, and I'm still not 100% satisfied with the background, but right now background, it's alive. It has this broken color. There's so much that you can look into and observe, and when you step back, it doesn't bother me as much, right? What bothers me is that the overall shape, it's maybe not where I want it to be. Like you see that this transition goes from blue, green, through green, desaturated green, green, orange, green, yellow, towards the yellow and the redness all the way down, right? And there is not the definitive division where the land starts and where, or hills or whatever, fields, and where the sky is. Well, that's not necessarily design flaw. That's me still not being decisive, and I should have been a long time ago, where that separation is going to be, because it's part of a composition, and maybe that's a missing link. I don't know. So that's the design that I'm talking about. A design to direct your eyes to the focus point, yes. And also, while you're directing me to your focal point, which in my case is here, you don't want to, well, not you don't want to. When I say about design, I don't want to get bored with things around by the time you get to a focal point, or the other way around. I don't want to be my focal point good only because everything around is bad or boring, right? Because that's just going to be, oh, there's two figures, next, right? I want you to really go and dive and move through, right? So without revealing much about your painting, you have a trees on one side, on another side, and they're foreground, and then you have a trees that are a background. You correctly started to do with background trees that they're underneath the structure, kind of in the central part. Same as we can think about one side of your painting is one portrait, the other side is the other portrait, and the central part as it goes inside with your composition, as you entering the composition and going into a distance, you are slowly fading it away. That's what I understood from a painting. And let me just make sure. Let me just make sure that I'm not. Yeah. Cool. And another thing is that and this is the part that I'm pretty sure, because you're working on it, it's going to happen. But because you have the beautiful painting, it's a nice setup. There's beautiful colors of working there. Because that might be just me and the photographs, but just to make sure that you have the right values and you understand your values, into your painting, put a white piece of paper. And right now, start punching up the lights a little bit more. Make them a little bit more prominent. And by prominent, I mean either punch up the saturation in your light or increase the value or the contrast between values in the focal point, right? Because you are in the stage that everything is there, but right now you're going to bring you want to bring the focal point a little bit closer to me or make it a little bit more understandable. And trust me, if you put a little bit more light, the illumination of that area, of that park on the side, you don't need to do anything else with the rest of the painting. You don't need to obsess about the trees anymore. You don't need to do anything else. Just bring nice, beautiful, kind of a really potent pigments, right? So for me, it was that part that I was talking about, Turner putting that red, like really reddish piece of a pigment right there. So that would be the only thing. And this has nothing to do with you not being able to paint, or the trees are not exactly as they're supposed to be. It's only about your design choices, and you are right now in that driver's seat. You are going to create that route, and you're going to take us on that beautiful ride through that beautiful landscape. And imagine, and this is what I'm thinking about right now, to maybe like something that we can both understand verbally, is that imagine that you are a tour guide, and you have a plan of the tour, and this is the first, this is the second, this is the third stop that we're going to do, right? And organize them that if this is the first stop, so we are probably the closest to it, we have the most of a detail and most of the attention is going there, because that's the first part. I don't want you to go to a second before you fully examine a first. I think it's also because I don't feel confident enough with them. Well, I will never be able to feel confident with my decisions. But then I'm putting them there, and you see me mistaking every day. And these are not mistakes. These are my guesses. And I have to question my sanity and myself whether or not this is a proper adjustment. Well, if it isn't, you saw me today, I'm not still, yesterday was like kind of okay, I was like, all right, maybe because I was tired, I was already exhausted, I don't know, I just wanted to be done with it, I have no idea. But today I came to it. It's not that I'm going to invent from zero. Right now, there are some good elements there. I'm going to lock them in, and I'm going to change the shape just a little bit, not to upset or offset this painting, right? Completely, that it's going to change its composition or design. So this would be And I'm sorry that I'm, going directly into a stream. I just felt that that's something to, as you mentioned, it's not procrastination. It's that point that you don't know which direction to go. And you are standing there, and this is my problem. I'm doing it right now. I'm procrastinating because I'm talking about your problems. It's not even problems. I'm talking about your decisions that you have to make. And I will have to do the same thing right that second after I finish talking about yours. And that's that, I'm standing here and I have this route, pretty cool looking. I have that one and I have that one and I have 20 million other directions that I can go. The problem is not to, let me rephrase that. A problem is that I am analyzing every one of these routes theoretically in my head, most likely incorrectly. Moment I do it a step forward, I can tell immediately whether or not I like this direction. And if I don't like it, I'm going to do a step back. You remember 2 steps forwards, 1 step back, or 1 step back, 2 steps forwards, whichever way you prefer to look at it. It's basically the same problem, right? So this is just an experimentation. It comes from experience, and in this particular case, I wouldn't listen to what I have to say. I wouldn't listen to anybody. I would listen to myself and what I like, and how I want it to look. And if other people likes it, awesome. If they don't, well, they're blind. I don't know, or ignorant. So this is this is not your problem. This is a problem creating a composition, and then designing within the composition. And every design is supposed to support the composition. Every character that I add is supposed to help the composition, not filling up the space only because something is required there. Remember, I talked about this. It's obvious that something is required there. I add this little bucket because I want to show the motion. And with that bucket, I'm trying to, or whatever, a basket, whatever that is, it doesn't really matter, the object that he's holding in his hand. And it also helped me to connect these together because there was a long kind of an empty spot that was dividing them. And you see, I was trying to push the gown or the habit in the back so I can connect them. And then connect them through something again, because I don't want to lose the kind of a direction that I have here. And they were breaking it by dividing it again into those pillars, right? So it's a kind of a I was trying to find and right now it doesn't look that way because it's not I didn't put the details into it yet, so you don't really pay attention to it that much. But the moment that I start putting details here and I solidify, or I make sure that I have a correct shape right here, the silhouette, something that I'm doing right here, then it suddenly starts going. It's going to make a little bit more sense, right? So because right now this is just a shape, but I'm missing a shape of a shadow, perhaps that's going to be here, a little darker, right? Then little like the details on the basket, the little striations that are there. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think something clicked now. Now I'm willing to overpaint some areas because now I work. It will work better than that way. Thanks. And this is that part of being in the studio, being in the atelier with other people, because you're seeing them just pushing, and you are sometimes they don't. I remember some of my fellow classmates. We were and I was like, why? Like, what's this color doing on her or his palette? Painting that setup. And I don't even see it on the canvas, right? So I just naturally stopped and I was like, what's happening here? Where is this color and where does he or she sees it? Somewhere there. And with the 60 students or 60 painters in the one atelier, under the one roof in the studio where Repin used to paint, immediately you start asking these questions. And if she's using it or he's using it and you're seeing it there, what are you not seeing? I think you'll end up observing instead of painting. If I was in that studio. Well, you are in your studio and you are, at least virtually connected to this studio. So that's a first step, I think, towards that the right direction. And then later on, maybe it expands. I have no idea. Maybe we can start doing a team streams, like multiple people will streaming together, and I can see what you do, you can see what I do. There's a bunch of things that we can do today. There is, the same thing, like there's so many creative solutions that we can apply, not only for the painting specifically, but also how to deal with certain problems. My creative solutions for all the stream, it's a duct tape. That's my solution. And then cry and turn off the stream if something doesn't go my way. I'd love to share my studio virtually at the same time, but no idea how. I guess I'll share my work and now. I will share my work now and then to keep it a little more connected. Yeah, that's. I'm thinking, like I said, I have to start, developing that Discord channel, and maybe we can set up something there. Let's see. I don't know, and I have to figure it out the situation with my internet because it's really slow, so I can't really push for a full, multiple cameras and multiple streams and setups. So let's see, because that's the technology or internet for me specifically right now is, or the broadband, or no, what's the word? The speed of internet, it's causing an issue with my streams a lot, actually. So, and it's because where I'm located, like it's a historic center, it's really difficult to get a super high-speed internet because you're not allowed to do anything here, not even a hole, like drilling the holes or laying cables and that kind of stuff, because nothing should kind of like these facades and everything should look as traditional as we can keep them. It's like protecting that historical site. So these are limitations for now, but we'll see in future what can we do. I already talked to a couple companies that they offer the solution. It's just the problem is always the finances, because there are solutions, but they're extremely expensive. We're talking about thousands of euros to put into separate lines and separate. Maybe one day, I don't know. Maybe by then I'll be as good as a Rembrandt. Yeah, most likely, most likely you're gonna be even better than Rembrandt by the time I'll be able to put something together. So I'm sorry for that. It's just like I said, it's not as easy to put things together. On non-existing budget. That would be the best, that would be the best way to describe it. Yeah, that's expensive. Yeah, it's expensive. It's because I would have to have I'm not professional, but the way that they explain it to me, they would create my own frequency. So it's not mixing with other frequencies. With other, tenants or people that. if I could do it this way, you know, because you know it's a share frequency with another. Time to get rich. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I'm doing my best, you know, with the little that I have. I'm trying to really do as much as possible, and I think that um, it's better than nothing. And later on, we'll see what will happen. I just don't want to turn this into a channel where, or stream where, you know, I have to, I don't know. I don't want to change it into a like a streaming situation. This is me painting, this is me not streaming, and I want to keep it that way. Because I'm not in the streaming business. Okay, so what I'm trying to do right now is to create kind of a similar vibe that I have here. Let's see, but not like exactly the same. I just want to make sure that, you know, they belong to the same category of people. If you remember, I talked about this, but the ones that I want to have separated are these two guys. So they're going to have they're kind of their own clothes. Historically, probably they wouldn't. Well, historically, I think that they would all have a random clothes. I don't think that they would wear monk's robes, because I think that there were other people that joined them on that kind of you know, on that journey, but I'm not sure. There is so little information about them that it's almost comical. You know, when you think about how important for the language, or for, you know, language that, or the region that I was born and I live, how important they were. It's really comical how little we know. But then, you know, it's just there's so many wars between today and and the time that they walk on this in around this region, that it's difficult to even, you know, difficult to even say what really happened. Stream is just a bonus. Yeah, it's kind of it is a bonus, but it's something that I really wanted to share. I really think that it could do good. So what I'm doing right now, I'm working with that silhouette. I'm trying to find, and you can see, like, I'm painting over already existing. I said that I liked this the other day, that it was kind of a nice, okay, but if it can't stay and it's breaking a composition, then it's gonna go. It's just that it's simple. It is as simple as that. That it's just gonna go. I don't like it. It's gonna go. It has to go because it has no place to be there. So that's this design decision. It's difficult to do, because, you know, I'm still thinking about this as one shape. I was showing this because, you know, I'm separating the this from this because I want to create that kind of a you know, the belt. as here, something that he's going to have as well. I'm planning to have it. This guy can have it. He certainly is going to have it, right? That's what I said. That's when I said that I'm looking at this shape right now, and that I have here, and I still like the diagonal there, so I'm going to keep it, but I might repaint it. It might look slightly different, right? So I might add a little bit of shadow right here to show how it goes around and in the back behind the shoulder, right? To give it a little bit more three-dimensional feel to it, and that would kind of move him a little bit more towards me with his body. And I like the fact that I have this tilting that way and the hips tilting that way. So what I'm trying to create is not the one that I was talking about, this one, right? So not the one that it's going to be like this, like these, the Egyptians, but I want to show the motion, right? And when we are thinking about walking, we are always in that counterbalance, or our body's trying to be. That's why, walking is kind of a good, like, for stretching when you walk, and it's good for your health, because it's just, it's just your whole body. It's kind of in the nice motion. The best probably would be a swimming, but this shows you that you can't really walk like this, because this is not really effective way to walk, because you have to use energy not only to move but also stop, so you don't follow the same direction, right? So whereas when you are like this, it's a natural kind of emotion. So what is actually doing and what's happening is that your hips are tilting one way and your shoulders are tilting another way, right? And in my case, it's actually the other way around. So I want to show this a little bit more like this, right? Not exactly that much, but just to give it a hint of emotion. And I struggle with that motion, especially with these gowns that they have, or clothes, or the monks' costumes, or whatever it is. That's the reason why I also cut it here, because I want to show the knee going forward, because those are main figures. I deliberately cut it because I want to show it in a different way, in a different manner than these are going to be. Because in my head, the logic is that I showed you these feet and legs here. So automatically you can infer or actually move that information to everyone else. You don't need to see the whole legs. Some of them you don't even need to see legs at all. The other thing is what I should do. I should go, probably I should do this. I'm thinking about that right now. I should go and ask for a very cheap frames, so I can have like a, how do you call it, the little edge, so I can see where I can work. So I should probably do that as well. There goes a couple €100. Yeah, because I would like to start, putting it together so I can see how it looks, and what it has to be done already with these designs. Kind of a let me see if I have some. Yeah. I'm looking, and maybe, I mean, this is going to be, maybe if I push it. Well, see, this is what I was talking about when it comes to your painting, so I should probably do it myself as well. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the shape a little bit. So I'm taking a little bit of that background pigment. I have to put this away because I'm just going to start mixing into my pigments. I don't think that it's going to be a problem, but well, I don't want to risk it. So come here for a second. Maybe I can use you later for some tests. And also I want to squeeze a little bit of that Indian yellow there for some for saturation purposes, or chroma if you wish. All right, Indian yellow. Oh yeah, perfect. Just a touch of a saturation. Yeah. Okay, so I can go with more pigment. This might be a little too dark. More saturation. All right, cool. Let's see where I'm at. It might be too dark. Well, never mind. We'll see. So what I'm trying to do is maybe I should cut it in here a little bit. Right? This way. And then here. And show the knee and go all the way here. Yep. Way better motion. See, I'm just trying to cut a big chunk of that, and I don't know if it's going to work. But this is better position for him because right now he looks way more active when it comes to walking, and he kind of, yeah, he has to go this way because it was too static, and not too static. It was just creating a different. Let me just adjust my. What I'm doing right now, I'm looking into a mirror because of a composition. Yeah, this is way better right now. I have to remind myself to stand up and step back. Oh, trust me. I'm gonna tell you about my experience with exhibition, where I was just painting and not paying attention to how it's going to be when I step back from it. And yeah. The other thing is, not only you step back, but you saw me moving things around even in my studio, and I told you that some of the paintings I have in the back on the wall because I have to see how they look when they're on the white wall. some of those paintings are really dark. And just, I have a bunch of different nails during the studio where I can put it and I can see it in a different lighting conditions. I can tell from a distance. You're looking at, I'm talking about these two paintings right here, this one and this one, right? I know it's hard to see it, but I can see from a distance right now that, and I'm gonna go to that painting, and I know it's hard to see because it's just a logo there, but this little painting right here with the little like white accents, that from right here, they are too aggressive. From that kind of a distance, they're absolutely 100% needed, and it's just it's making sense when it comes to a visual experience, right? Because from this far away on such a small painting, the only thing it's going to attract your eye, it's the highlights. Not the highlights. It's the. Let me rephrase that. What's going to attract your eye? It's the highest, the areas with the highest contrast. And when I say contrast, I don't mean only value. I also talking about the edge and chroma or saturation. I don't think I remember it by now, but nope, I can be. Nope, I can be stubborn. Being in the chair doesn't help. Yeah, that I don't. The idea. Where is this white coming from? Okay, booby trap. Booby trap. Where did I? Okay, somewhere here is a lump of white paint on a brush, maybe? No, I don't know. I have to be careful. Anyway, going back to this, maybe, what could help instead of going, okay, see, this is one of these things when I go to, like, I start pushing and moving things around because I need the connection there. So maybe I could create here, as he walks, how do you call it, a fault instead of yeah, because it just looks strange right now to me. Well, it doesn't look strange. It's just right now he looks like he's running. It's a little too much. See, I was over exaggerating it. So maybe I could go back, and I wouldn't be able to see. I wouldn't be able to experience a new element. No, I wouldn't be able to imagine how this is going to play out unless I place those brush strokes. And right now I can see that maybe I could just be a little bit more like this is going here, okay. Then we can go straight down and then a little less of the angle right here as I had it, yeah. And I know where the problem is. This should go even lower here because I'm pushing knee right here, and it's just this leg looks just way too long, right? You see where the breakage is. So this is an anatomical problem. This is not only a compositional problem, but also anatomical. But since I work with the figures, and I have, I'm looking at the composition of a figure, I felt that compositionally something is wrong, which translated also in a problem with a, which could be translated to a problem with anatomy. Because human anatomy, it has a certain, for me, some pleasing aesthetics. Naturally, you know, without, and that's why sometimes I don't understand how, no, I don't understand it. I know that in art school, I remember the first portraits that we did, you have a figure that is sitting like this, perfectly straight, and you're painting, you know, the portrait without understanding why you're painting it. And it was very difficult for me because I don't like to paint something that I don't like to look at. And I'm not saying that right now the person would be ugly or anything like, no. It was like you're painting a passport picture. Like that's what was in my mind. Like, I don't want to paint the passport pictures when I'm looking at a Rembrandt and, you know, or Tiepolo, and the figures are flying left and right. But that's just. But it all goes down to to aesthetics and what you like. That's why I said that. Coming back to that landscape that you are working on right now, it's just it's your aesthetic choice. You have to just be present when you make these decisions, because I made the mistake right now and I have to repaint it. But it's fine, it's okay, it's cool. No worries, it's cool. Because what's going to happen right now, automatically, you might not even, you know, think about it, but since I've been doing this for a while, since I put all this yellow inside here, automatically, when I go with another pigment on top of it, wet into wet, what's going to happen, these pigments are going to mix together, and they're going to create something that is still kind of like the garment, but with a hint of a green. That means that immediately it's a connection, a color harmony between the grass and here, because you would probably have a little bit these greener reflections, and then you have little bluer reflections, depends on, you know, from where the light is being reflected, right? So immediately I created slightly different it's the same value, it's a different hue, and it would help. It will help with that believability when it comes to environment. See, but I don't like the connection right now, because what I created here is I have this curl that I was trying to connect him, and I'm doing the same thing on this side, and I have this and this, the same thing. That's just crazy how this will, and this is going to annoy the hell out of me. So, and that, you know, that isn't, you know, this is not a compositional problem. This is purely aesthetics. And when I say aesthetics, I mean, I'm not necessarily unhappy with the composition. I'm extremely unhappy with the element that belongs to this composition, which is this figure right here. So let me try another plan, the one that I was talking about, that I'm going to get a little bit of that I'm going to test. The other theory that I have, that maybe I could make this go here, perhaps. Yep. And then I could maybe create a little something here, perhaps. Oh yeah. All right. And what another thing that bothers me is that we can actually push all this into a shadow. Yep. Into a shadow, push the light a little bit more this direction. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. So, and see, this is another important part of this this discussion with the design, that I am right now moving things within the shape, right? So instead of just, and because I kind of feel the silhouette, it's starting to work from one side to another in terms of the costume, the silhouette, the overall clothes that they're wearing, the position that I wanted to have him. What's not happening is are the designs within that garment. That means that probably I should push the knee a little bit this direction. So I need a little lighter value here. So I'm going to mix lighter value to show you what I mean. The same mixture, because I'm working with a with the same garment, right? But also, I'm going to make it a little warmer. And the reason why I'm making it a little warmer is because it's going to be a lighter area. That means that it's affected by the sun. And sun outdoor, it takes a role of a warm, something that it's warming up, because the shadows are cool, right? So I would say that white, the light, sunlight, it's white, but it's affected by the atmosphere. That's why I'm making it slightly warmer. And when I say warmer, I don't want to move it into, I don't want to turn it into green, right? This is green, so next to a green, we're good. But next to a red, this is going to look, just to prove my point. I mean, next to red, this looks green to me, as green as it can get when it comes to desaturated pigment. So the more I'm starting to push that yellow into it, for the sake of a saturation, or bumping up the chroma, the more towards green it's leaning. So I'm thinking I'm somewhere in the turning point. Maybe let's bunch there, push a little bit of the raw umber there. Yeah. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to think about the light and his knee, and his, where his knee is. So we can create something like this here, and then soften it up, right? So I'm creating that feeling of, oh, it's going back, it's going towards us, and then it's turning behind. So because I'm trying to keep so what I'm trying to show is that even though he's doing this step forward, and I shouldn't be able to see this part, since he kind of pushed it forward, this is how models are. This is a weird thing, because usually I see people like, oh, there are models on the runway, but they have a specific way of walking. And I don't know if you ever hang out with the professional models. It's kind of interesting because they have a specific way of walking. First of all, it has to have all the curves and all that kind of stuff that they're looking for. But also when they walk, and I knew that something is weird with the way how they walk, but only just communicating with them and talking to them about the walking, they actually kicking into the garment when they're walking. so they don't trip over it. I was, what are you doing? Yeah, as I'm walking, I'm kicking into it. I have to be, well, I have to be, not I, she was talking about that, the heels, so you have to hit the heel properly, and it's a difficult thing. And also you can't be like me, that I'm focusing on how I walk, because it's not going to work that way. And you have to have that perfect motion, but it involves like kicking into a garment forward. And that's what creates that kind of a, I don't want to say that the puffy effect, but it just kind of spreads things around nicely. So, and it goes for longer things, right? Because sometimes they have the experimental clothes. It's not always, a streetwear. It's just, it's designer pieces that you see one or two ever made. So it was kind of interesting. It was like, oh, that's why you walk so weird. Not you particularly, but that person. But that's why models have this specific way of walking. Immediately, a little bit more respect for models and what they do. Because you think, again, the same for painters, that, I'm drinking a whole day and then I'm just, I'm going to show up and paint a perfect portrait. That's kind of the same idea for models on the runway. You were born pretty. Well, that's one way to put it. But then, I've never wear high heels once in my life, and I don't know, I don't need to wear them knowing that it's not very comfortable wear. It's just, my observation. At the moment, I'm fixing the value of the foreground because I realized I needed the contrast in the middle part to guide the eye toward the water tower. It helps a lot already. After this, I'll fix some branches so it enhances the flow too. See, you already have these answers. That's awesome. And there is nothing, I'm not telling you what to do, because that's not what I'm trying to do here. That's the atelier kind of a setup, that you see what I do, and I'm talking about that, and maybe some of that information could be useful for what you do. And I think that the plus side of all this experience is that if you're sick of tired of me, you just turned off the channel. If you work with someone that is annoying in the studio, you can't just tell him, leave, please, leave. I don't want you here anymore. You can't do that. And trust me, there are some. You're gonna meet annoying people when you paint. That's inevitable. They're everywhere. The other way to look at it is that probably they are annoyed that you are in the studio and they want you to be gone. So far, I'm not tired of you, so all good. Okay, all right. So that's cool. It might be because you are again, this is our inner joke, but it might be because you are not really listening to me, and other people, they have to. So, you should start. I'm sorry. You should start reading in between the lines, and that's when the annoyment's gonna start. I know it's difficult to paint and read at the same time, but I want a little bit. See, I have a little greener right now on bluer, and this is a little bit more on that earthy side. You're laughing. I'm not listening to you. That's so funny. I'm enjoying this so much. This is pure. atelier experience for sure. Because it belongs to the atelier, that kind of a half joking, half not, you know, like when you want to, when you have these like comments. I think it's healthy. I think it's very healthy. I'm not, you know. You enjoyed a lot. You say, same you, yeah. Because what else are you gonna do? You know, like I'm already struggling with this, this painting enough. So these little moments of fun are super cool. Makes painting much more fun and less lonely. Definitely. That is. I don't think I think it's a perfect way to look at what we do here. And additional bonus for me, it somewhat, not 100, you can tell, somewhat preventing me from procrastinating. Well, the cameras are on, I'm trying to show that how much I work and how much I do. Okay, maybe I could curve it even more to create, a little bit more of that swoop. So let's push. And right now I'm working with a grass with the fabric. I'm going to start introducing the pigment that I use or hue that I use for body, or for skin rather. Because, I'm fine-tuning this design. So I'm asking myself, well, I place the darker line right here. Is it going to be like the shadow underneath so I see what's behind? Or is it going to, break that kind of a overall shape? And I can tell that I need to create a little bit more of a curvature there. So perhaps, oops. Let me get a little larger brush. So we could go from here to upwards, right? Because I want to show that and this is me imagining how would it work if I have a skirt, right? And if I'm raising my leg and it's going forward, it slightly raises up here, right? Because I'm creating a distance, right? And it's going to be lower there in terms of movement. Not always, but this is the way how I think about the movements of a garment. But it's not only about the and you can see it right now, only about the bottom line. The moment that you have a darker values here, it's just kind of forcing your view to look at it more towards the kind of a straight like line. So I'm going to, again, the previous darkness that is there, so it's visually working, so I'm going to cover it, right? So I'm creating that kind of a swoop right there. And it's almost negligible, I guess is the word. Oh, this could go. And then maybe I could create a little bit more of a shadow right here. So let's place it there. Like, what if I put the shadow here and a little bit more of a shadow right here, as these are the parts that would probably be covered and be in the shadow if the light is somewhere there, right? And I'm thinking about, for the standard, because these are the standard places that when you have your hands next to each other, this is going to be always a darker value, not only because of the shadow there, but because it's kind of curving away, right? That's no brainer. What I'm doing right now, it's the same. It's it's no difference. Let me rephrase that. What I'm doing right now is no difference than what Velasquez was talking about. Like everything is in that gloomy day. So I'm in the gloomy day. I'm thinking, I said shadow, but I'm thinking a darker value. So it's just kind of rotating away from us. And then soft edges, and I have to create the soft edges here because as it turns away, it disappears into a distance, right? Because it travels around and the back, and this is where it disappears. So if I have a value and a value range and a contrast here, I cannot have it in the back as well. I want to kind of recede in the background. Atmospheric perspective all the time, even in the small scale. Supporting a composition, right? Speaking of 95% versus 5, transporting your artwork, and luck with that, you got to look productive on the camera because I'm watching you. Okay, 2 things. You're absolutely right. You're watching me. I can't slack around here. And when it comes to painting, actually, I would move it from 95 to 5, 80-20. That's what I want to, and this is actually a good news because 5% was almost okay. Right now we are 80-20, but again, I moved it to 80-20 yesterday and today morning actually after communicating with some other companies. That is moving it to 80-20, it's the procrastination special drug to hear something like this because I immediately, oh, I can relax. Not really. That's just it. You and I'm saying you, and I mean me. I have to be very careful with these informations, and I'm still going to treat this as it would be 100 to 0. But thank you for asking. Yeah, it moved a little bit because I'm still in touch with other companies, and I'm trying to find a way how to do that transport. I keep my fingers crossed. I'm too invested for you. yeah, I know. I understand. But here's the thing. I have to work. I can't procrastinate because that's what's going to happen. Not that's what's going to happen. That's what already happened in the past to me. So no procrastination. If anything, I should do even more work because right now the predicament is maybe this painting is going to go. So let's push as much as I can here before I start rolling it. Same logic, if I have to start from a beginning, I have to figure it out as much as possible here. So there is no, it's like, you know, there is no end to this madness. That we go through and suffer willingly. Willingly. Because no one is forcing me to do this. Let's maybe push it a little bit more. Let's give him a little bit more edge. So what I'm thinking about right now, this is a cylinder. So I have a shadow side, light side, I have a half tone on the side, and I have a lighter value here and the gradation, right? So that's the overall shape that I'm looking for. And also I want to keep that broken color, and I want to keep these smudges because these imperfections, maybe just, you know, the same thing right here. It gives a little bit more character to that particular flat surface. Yeah. Maybe I could push this a little lower. and just a touch of the yellow, just to punch up the saturation. I don't want to turn my mixture green. I just want that saturation in the white. So when I'm creating a lighter blue value, it's not blue with white desaturated, kind of a dead color. I want a little bit of vibrancy there, because you know what? Even in the sky, there is, you know, it's illuminated by a sun. And I want to create a little nicer kind of a shape there. It's still, you know, I want to show the shoulder, and I also want to show the mullet. I think I'm almost there when it comes to, but you can see how light the value is, right? Like almost jumping away from there. It's because of multiple things. First, there are lines here and the sharp contrast, so, and maybe I could make it a little darker, but I'm afraid if I make it darker, as it will dry, it could actually, you know, set in a little better, and it's going to be. So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to reach and dip even deeper, and I want to be somewhere between this dip and this dip right here, visually, right? And then little adjustments from the other side here, because I want to push his shoulder a little lower. Here, and as it goes and turns here, it's gonna go here. It's too wide, I understand, but right now I want to focus on the silhouette and whether or not the silhouette is working for me from a distance, and it's cool. And the reason why I'm here and placing these brush strokes and not going back and mixing a new pigment is because I'm in that kind of a painting focus, and the ideas are flowing, and I'm pushing. I don't want to stop. It's like when you are writing an essay, and you know that this is a concept, and you are thinking about how to spell the words, and you lose the track of the thought that you're trying to actually capture in that paragraph. So I'm trying not to stop painting while I'm adjusting things. And right now I'm working purely out of instinct, if that makes sense. And some of these light areas might stay here, some of them just gonna go away. I don't know which one yet. And maybe I will just keep them, and maybe they'll just show me the option, and maybe I could go lighter here to get more of that silhouette. A little bit, perhaps, which pushes me, you know, again, a little further when it comes to that. Oh, welcome, Premium Biscuits. Just browsing, creative today, amazing work. Thank you, man. Thank you, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. We're struggling here, you know. This is something that we refer to as a Frankenstein of a painting. And if you want to check out why we call it Frankenstein, there is a plenty of VODs on YouTube. So I don't bore you with the details about how this went, and I'll hopefully check it out on your own, and then we'll have fun with us. The struggle is always there. It's always there. You are absolutely right. You got this. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Are you working on some of your creative projects? Or are you just hanging out and chilling? Soften it a little bit so it just doesn't show that much. You see, and again, this is that different way of thinking rather than, you know, being here and starting and modeling the form and then going back because you already have everything pre-figured out. That's what probably I will do, you know, if I wouldn't be able to transport the painting on the spot. But right now, I really like to work on the main painting like it would be a sketch, even though this is a sketch, but you know what I mean. So I'm jumping from here and working on the arms in here because I kind of started the movement and I want to see how far I can go with this and with these adjustments and maybe create some exact points so I can see from a distance how that how is it going to evolve as a group, right? You remember when I say as a group, I'm still talking about, imagine that I will take a picture of this and I would, every figure that is here, which is a positive face, positive space, would be dark and a sky would be black, or would be dark and sky would be white. So I'm looking, and I don't see any figures, nothing. I'm looking only for the flow through here. So I don't have a repetition, I don't have a boring kind of a jumps or anything, so everything nicely flows through. I remember we talked about Ron Lemon, and Ron Lemon actually mentioned to me that there are tapestries, and tapestries are made with one string, and they actually beautifully move the strings and go ins and out, and creates these beautiful patterns with a one motion. So that's the flow. He was trying to explain the flow. And then I saw the tapestries that were made after Rembrandt's sketches in the museum, and it was amazing to see how he just moved with the brushes very quickly, and then you see the tapestry and perfectly kind of sewn together with one string, which is kind of what I'm trying to, you know, when I'm talking about the silhouette, why it's so important for me, because it beautifully frames your negative and positive space. It kind of gives it a that, you know, that when we talk about the portraits, the little small paintings in the back, it gives it that the sharp kind of a sharp contrast that will attract you to come closer to a painting and examine what's happening. I'll just start again on Twitch gaming, but I do some illustrating and stuff. I might do on the channel. I do pen and ink mostly. Oh, that's really that's awesome. That's perfect. This is great. You deserve more followers. This is well. Since you're here and you're first-time chatter, we have here kind of a creative discourse. This is more about like a right now small community of people that we paint alongside and kind of exchange the information and constructive criticism. So it's just it's more like a virtual being in the studio with us, and just, you know, there are some people that you know, work with sculptures, and some you know, we talk about writing a lot, philosophy, and all that kind of stuff that you would probably do in the studio while being with other students. And that means that I'm not a streamer, I'm a painter that actually I set up the camera, and I'm trying to stream it. So you love that? Okay, that's awesome. That's awesome. So welcome, and I hope that you'll join us on this creative journey to discovery, as I like to call it here. Going back to this is the fact that as it moves and flows on the top, I push this way because I think that this area, it's kind of flat and the same size as these portraits. So visually, this, and this empty space, it's repeating each other. I know that there is a kind of a variety within a unity, but also I could, because the head has some indication, so maybe some like a little wider values here would help that sameness or repetitiveness. When you look at the Rembrandt's background, I cannot prove it, but I think that in Rembrandt's work, he paints another portrait in the background all the time. I'm convinced that he's doing it. So that's what I'm trying to. I'm looking at this, and maybe you're thinking about the lighter value that I put right here, but it might be too much. It's okay. I can maybe soften it a little bit, and then I could push the little. You remember I was talking that there is a cap or head right here, and then the little, just a touch. I know that this is too soon for details, but I need something there to start, having fun with it. That's too sharp and too dark. But what I know about that dot right here, the mark that I did, that it is actually transparent because I'm using a little bit of medium and the transparent pigments, or semi-transparent rather. And as it dries out, it will fade a little bit because it will lose its, with acrylic, it's obvious all the time. While it's wet, it's shiny and it looks brighter. And as the pigment dries, it slowly loses its intensity. So that's what I'm going to play with here. If not, I can still just, maybe slightly tap it into that. Like that, and that's it. And if I will be completely unhappy with that, I will just go with a brush over it and kind of coloring it. And right now it's slowly disappearing in. And as it dries out, it's going to be barely noticeable, but it's going to be there, right? And that goes for all of these other brush strokes that are there. Slowly, step by step. So yeah. Also, for you, Premium Biscuits, this is another reason why we're doing this together. It's also to show that painting is not just a perfect video. There's a lot of mistakes that I make here, and I mentioned that these are not mistakes, but these are explorations, right? And 90% of them, 90% of this painting was already repainted, so figures are moving, and if I don't like something then, or something doesn't work, it's just repaint. So it's more about like showing what is behind the scenes of being a painter in a studio, and it's like, it's your profession, it's your main source of living. The stuff you were saying about the composition and everything, I'm just gobbling up. I hope that it's helpful. And here's the thing: if you have any questions and something is not, well, first of all, English is my second language, and there are a lot of metaphors, and I'm kind of not necessarily finishing this painting, but it has been half a year since we started, so this is a little bit more of a advanced stage of a composition. But like I said, there is a plenty of videos on YouTube where you can see like how certain parts started and where I was and where it is right now, and compare it, which is it's actually very beneficial for me to see it. Yeah, ask as many questions as you have. If something, if things don't make sense, since we are deep into this. So yeah, I pushed the top part. Right now, I see that there is enormous amount of tension there, And this is the important part. If you remember, I talked about the fact that this is the focal point of a painting, right? Right now, if I can barely move from here with my eyes because of the striking contrast that's there. So seeing this so far away from actually a main, a focal point being so powerful means two things. Either this is too much and I will have to slowly start softening the edges because of the atmospheric perspective in some places, or, and that's what I want to do, make this even better. Just make it a little bit more I don't know, just work a little bit more with the contrast. Start bringing these accents, pushing these accents even more forward, or even stronger, harder, or darker. Or if like let's say that I see a lot of things that can be happening here in the beard and the mouth area, for instance, there is still so much modeling that could happen around here. And maybe even like push the blueness into his face a little bit more, just to show that contrast, because he's too red, I know, because we wanted him to be red because of the sun shining on them. That's a long walk that they had. I flow perfectly. Awesome. Nice. So, since you're up to speed and following perfectly, then, like I said, shoot a question anytime you have. A disclaimer: if I'm here in the painting, my computer is all the way in the back, so I might not see it. So you have to be a little patient with me. And another thing is that I adjusted shoulders, right? So I created visually right now. I can immediately tell where the end of the shoulder is and where the background starts. So this gives me indication. This is a shoulder, right? This is the distance with my hand. Here's where my knee should be, maybe even lower, maybe here. So where my foot has to go. So I'm correcting here. I was right there working here. I'm kind of starting to be satisfied with this flow that is happening right here. And then this is a moment that bothers me, because here it's okay, but I don't know what's happening with his foot. So I have to go there and work on that a little bit. Plus, what is really annoying, and I have to work on that, is this. Again, compositionally. 1, 2, 1, 2, right? I hope you see it. The negative spaces, how they're repeating each other. This is a compositional killer. You see that, like how repetitive that is? It's annoying to the point that I can't stand it. Another thing that I can see immediately, and you might think that, like, how can you, like, why do you see that right now and you haven't seen it half an hour or a week ago? Well, because I make sure about these random edges, because it was still guessing with your eye where is the shoulder ends, where the background starts, where this is going to be. Right now I made it a little more harsh, therefore visible. Automatically I'm starting to question these areas, right? I push here with a little bit more of a clear shape, negative shape right here, which again, it's going to start repeating itself, because from this angle, there's only so much I can do before things starts repeating, because you know, we don't walk like this, right? Some of us, I guess. But what I'm trying to say is, like, we have a particular way. I was just describing the walking situation and how we counterbalance things. So I hope you can see the repetition with the composition and how annoying that is. The stuff you were saying about the composition and everything. I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong. I do this unintentionally all the time, but yes, always I see it way later. I know, and we discuss this all the time. This is the main topic of a problem with the composition, that our brain naturally trying to put everything into perfect order because it's easy to read and go away, right? So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to protect you from leaving the composition and still looking and flowing. This immediately turns you off from the because it's boring. You already see it, you saw it. There's nothing interesting to look at. Just move to another painting. It's, you know, I'm hungry or something. Let's move from this gallery or museum. And it's not only that you're seeing it later, some conditions somewhere else have to change that will point out your attention here. So the closer to development of this area I am, the easier for me is to see how much this is actually falling behind. So I'm trying to counterbalance it right now. I pushed a little bit here, let me go here, before I completely render this area, only to realize that I want to move him to you know, 5 millimeters left or 5 millimeters right. And if you stick up with us and you're gonna continue watching the stream, it's gonna happen. I'm just gonna start moving figures and repainting portraits because I don't like the position where they are. You have to be willing to do this in order to compose on that another level. So the same thing, I'm looking at that interval, I have to do something with it. Multiple options. I can change the shape of the shadow that is underneath. I can change the position for the legs, for feet actually, and the legs inevitably. There is so many ways to tackle the problem, except I don't know which one is correct. All might be good, all might be wrong. I don't know, I have no idea. Also, this might be okay, and perhaps this foot has to change. Maybe this one should completely disappear. I don't know, maybe I'll do that. Why? Because it's not necessary for the foot to be there, because in terms of perspective, atmospheric perspective, this person is further in the distance, right? So let's just like, why do I see his feet as well? I can put some grass or bushes there, right? To cover that feet, to destroy that repetition. And you know what? I'm starting to like that idea more and more to work here. Do you know why? Because that would also break the line, right? Because you're just connecting these as a straight line, and it's the straight line is repeating by the cast shadow. I'm hooked. You got the regular overthinking it. Follow your intuition. Yeah. You're gonna be extremely extremely unhappy with overthinking here, because that's the name of the game. Overthinking it and molding it over and over again. But we have also bad painting Fridays where we just only experiment and having fun. So let me hit that with some kind of a shrubs right here, just to see. Oh, okay, that's cool. Like something would be here that would prevent him. Yep. And that could nicely tie the. Okay, all right. Because you remember, I was working with some. Another thing, I don't know if you can see it, but I definitely can. And this is the most annoying thing. This is that visual pollution that I was talking about. The way how my canvas is sitting on this easel, this line goes down and hits. I kid you not. I don't know how, if this is just brain being so stubborn. It's hitting right. Like, why? You see how it's, continuing right here? I can't even invent these things. It's just, if I wanted to put it that way, it wouldn't be possible. So this is how and not only that, look at this. Like, how am I just pushing this all the way here? It's almost kind of trying to do the same thing on the other side. I have no idea why I'm doing that. Well, I do, but you know. So that's another big problem that I have there. So I need to put the frames on them because the visual pollution is kind of destroying that overall thing. And you can see, like, I was searching for it, I put it here, and then naturally I wanted to go this direction because almost like my brain wants to continue there for some weird reason. Primordial, probably. Just pull the trigger, yeah. The tangent, yeah, tangents drives me crazy. I scan my line work for tangents constantly. Yeah, exactly. Tangents are just the killers of interest, of composition. It's just I mean, tangents are awesome when you aim them where you want to be, right? So all the tension should go right here where these figures are, because that's the main focal point. I don't want it to be here for sure. So yeah. So we have that. Maybe I could push it with a little bit more of that texture as well. Let's see what's going to happen. I think that he was neglected for a while. So let me just. Let me just hit it hard. Let me push just a little bit of that cadmium lemon, because I want to go cooler but still saturated, and I need that cad yellow for that. Cad lemon, I'm sorry, cadmium lemon. You see how it's just I'm moving from to a slightly cooler version. Brush is loaded with the pigment because I want to do those shrubs, and also I want to create a little bit of a texture, right? So we would go something like this. It would start maybe here, goes here this way, maybe here a little bit. I don't know, something like here. And these are just the placeholders for me. Yep, that's going to work. And then also push him a little bit more into background. So he's going over, and ideally, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to continue with these here, but they're going to go behind him. So they're going to stop here. Maybe some could go here. So it shows that atmospheric, not only atmospheric perspective, but also that one object is standing in front of another. I love the main figures in the painting. Everything redirects the eye there. I was hoping for that. That's the main composition. So we're pushing that focal point as much as we can. But also, I'm trying to keep the story happening, right? The idea of the journey of the people, that they're just trying to overcome these difficulties. So every one of these figures have their own problems. But after all, we're following towards the same goal. So throughout the months as I'm working on this, every one of these people that I'm painting, they have their own character and their flaws. This is the guy. This is the most problematic guy right there. Just to be honest. So yeah, we have our dark character right here. It might taking a different direction. Might be one of those that does not really follow the orders very well. We have some of that they're all the way in the back, just chilling because they don't need to be in the front. They're just going somewhere with the flow. So it's kind of a fun thing to do. And I'm happy that it's that even for you that you're just a first time here in. With us, that you can kind of see that that's what's happening. So that's very cool. Let me push this a little bit. Since I started with that grass, this is too too yellow and I want it to be green. And let me work with this a little bit more. So I can push it here, here, and I have to get rid of this a little bit, maybe, I'm not sure. Yeah, and right now I have to push that, what's it called, foot. I just couldn't find. And also, I'm thinking right now, maybe just to show you what I meant by adding a little bit more detail to the basket that he's holding. I want to create a little bit more of a volume there. So this is what I want to do, to create a little bit more volume. It's not really that a groundbreaking thing for now. It's just for me to see I don't even know how to say that. I just want to see volumes happening there, because some of these shapes are flat and I'm not sure if they are proper size. I'm sorry, they're not a proper size. So if I'm looking at the composition, I learned a lot from watching David Finch, a comic artist on YouTube. He talks a lot about perspective, rule of thirds, big, medium, small, etc. tangents. I see all the stuff going on here, and it's awesome. Oh, thank you. I have I mean, we do also a digital painting here, and you know, sometimes I use a blender because I'm a big fan of a blender. Yeah, we do all kinds of weird things here, and applying the same logic, the creative solutions to your problem, you know, the main focus is composition, because that's something that it's my something that I like. I'm looking at these. Yeah, let's put it. Let me show you what I mean by adding a volume. I don't know if this is a. Maybe it could. That's way too much saturation, I think. So let me desaturate that a little bit. I don't want that that chroma sticking out that much, and maybe slightly darker value, warmer. I want to do a ellipse right here. That will go maybe something like this, then goes away. Maybe like so. So it's opening there. And the reason why I want to show the opening, because I want to show the distance. It's him, it's this, and then this figure goes even further, right? So what I did, I just want to show maybe just a little bit of that right here and right there, and it's already going into that. It's already starting to look three-dimensional, and there's just two brush strokes. And the idea is that if you have a right shape in the right place, then it's very easy then to just, you know, correct these things. This might be a little too much, but it's okay. I can always soften it a little bit. But it's fine that this edge is not exactly perfect, and the reason is because in 863 they did not have a precision machine making, right? So I talked about this when we were painting still lifes and working on still lifes, that I saw these paintings of Zurbaran and Francisco Zurbaran, and I was like he's such a creative painter, and I love his paintings. And I was just, what are these, like you know, on glasses he had these like uneven ellipses, and it almost looked extremely like unprofessional. And then I went to Museum of Glass, and they showed some glass from 500 years ago, and they're all crooked because they did not care about that machine precision making. So I don't want to keep this precise because this is like a wooden basket, and you cannot create these perfect round ellipses there. It's random. If you've ever seen a wooden basket, it's just I'm from a village, so my grandfather used to do even repairing them, right? So you have a different patches because you don't want to throw a good basket only because it has a hole. You can just bring some old. It's not vines. What's the I don't know, branches that they're prepared in a certain way, or treated rather. Right, and then the other thing that I'm missing is maybe that little hook that he's holding, and that's an easy fix. I can just suggest it again, just lightly, only to help me. So it's going to go from here because he has a, like so perhaps, I don't know. Maybe this is not the ideal one because this looks weird. He wouldn't be able to hold it that way. That's why I just make a suggestion there. No worries, can go away. Or you can stay there, who cares? So it's going to be maybe here, and then let's push it this way, right here. Cool, yeah, way better. You see, way better. I don't know if you can see it, but I can see it. I'm sorry, you can't. Let me punch it up a little bit. So this is what I'm talking about. So it's gonna go here into his hand, and here up, like so. Right? So I can see the shape, and you can see the shape a little better. And right now, suddenly it looks like he's moving with it. So it's in the motion. I don't think I like this. Maybe I could push it a little bit more this way. There's a little tight, I don't know if that looks like a tangent to me, but I still want to have them connected. Maybe I could push the bucket a little bigger. Or the wooden basket rather. Maybe less saturation there. Darker value perhaps, I don't know. Well, let's do this. Let's leave it open for now. Let me see if I like this. No, it needs to be a little bit more visible, but perhaps I don't need to put the grass there. I can just keep it with a, where do I have? I need another brush. Let's grab this guy, not this guy. This guy's good. So let me just, I don't remember, was it? So let me push it. Okay. Yeah, a little better. There, I know these are too bright right now. I don't need to have them. I just wanted to show you. So let's make them. Let's make it slightly lighter. I'm going to be working on these, but that doesn't matter. So I'm just, randomly dabbing the color there because there's going to be some kind of a rope there, most likely. And then we can maybe put something into the basket, some kind of a, maybe he's, carrying something, who knows what. Or maybe he's just carrying nothing there because he ate everything for, was just hungry. Let me maybe add a little bit of, brighter mullet. I like that mullet. So let me just punch it so you just show the form a little bit more on the sides as well. Yep. I hope the channel is on the way to affiliate. I'd love to support. Honestly, Premium Biscuit, I don't know what affiliate means. When it comes to, I know the word, but I don't know what you mean by being affiliate. You mean like a Twitch partner? You have to be more specific. I'm sorry, this is how bad I am with streaming. You're gonna you're gonna learn. I mean, I'm pretty bad with this. So you have to be more specific. I have a DM7. She's helping me with understanding all these a little bit more. So it's overlap. Okay, cool. So I'm overlapping it to a little lighter value here. And then maybe just a touch right here, so I'll show the rim a little bit. And you can see that I was working on the shrubs, no, on the grass right here, then here. But immediately as I started pushing this, I like that kind of emotion in between them that's happening. And the bucket is kind of creating the same feeling. It's pushing that diagonal that we talk about. So that's why I jumped there. This is the reason why I like to move back and forth, left and right, because you never know which ideas are going to be beneficial. It's like trying to imagine, trying to do all this calculation in head. It's for me absolutely unsustainable, or it's not even feasible, rather. And then we can start focusing a little bit more on this guy, because right now I think I pushed this as much as I can, well, a little bit more here. We're going to finish, not finish this, but we're going to try. I'm going to kind of lock down the ideas, and then I'll start pushing this guy, because we need like a nice kind of a dark portrait here. And I want to work, remember we talk about the Rembrandt, so this is going to be Rembrandt portraits there, 100%. And when I say Rembrandt portrait, we're going to do one of those, his portraits that, only cheek, it's kind of a visible, right? I'm sorry, I just, oh, there's a token. Hey, I didn't even know that you were part of the. It just means that people can subscribe for. Oh, okay. All right, I got it right now. Thank you, guys. I didn't. Like I said, this is a channel. I don't even. Do we have to do it? Because it's a. This is really a. This is really a. This is supposed to be. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I don't know how to say that. I don't, this is fully independent, independent studio. So, and I like to share this information. I think that, and it's in the statement when you read a little bit more about the channel, that this is just the knowledge that I accumulated, and I would like to share and exchange the knowledge. But thank you, I appreciate it. It gives me that kind of a good feeling inside that you would like to support. Thank you, I appreciate it. You being here and participating, it's more than enough. So thank you, guys. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'm looking, and then I'm sorry because I'm out of the frame. For those of you guys who just joining, I have a mirror on the other side because I'm looking at the reflection. I was working on the feed last time, so I have another mirror that I use, and I would highly recommend you to do that as well. I use another mirror and I'm looking on my painting and the compositions upside down. For those of you who work digitally, this is no brainer, but for me, this is the way how to see it upside down. And then I have a big mirror in the back, and that's another mirror reflection. So I'm flipping it both ways, horizontally and vertically when I work. This is the greatest checkup for all your tangents, for all your equidistant repetitions, because this will immediately show you problems. Also with symmetries, if you're working on the portrait, let's say, and you have a problem with symmetries. So I'm looking at that a reflection. This is, and I'm trying to be, I'm on the, in the screen, I have to go all the way back into my studio as far as I can in order for me to see the whole painting together. Because that's the only way how I can judge the composition, if everything is in one view without me moving ahead or even moving eyes. So give me a second so I can check that. No, this looks cool. This looks fine. Yep. The only thing that I have a problem with, I have to deal, is that, yeah, the last figure that it's that I had difficulties with. So the reason why I have these mirrors here and it was down, because I was painting a foot and I'm using it as a reference. Because I don't have a models. This is mostly working from imagination, and I work with anatomical references. So here's my good friend, DM7. She already knows him very well. That's the skull that I use for portraits, and then also a bunch of books as a references. I wish I have a model here, but unfortunately it's difficult to get a model where I live, and it's expensive. So I work mostly from imagination on this particular painting. Hopefully I'll be able to do a live painting setup for you guys as well sometimes in the future. I would like to just, because I go and I teach in a different studio, like a perspective, a linear perspective, and portraits, and so on and so forth. And also for my studio as well. And we work from live, and it's just always, there's always something happening. There's always change and it shifts. And it's beautiful to see how the portrait evolves based on, even the mood of a model. And, as she or he's getting tired, you can start seeing a shift in the kind of expression, so on and so forth. Because that's mostly what I'm trying to do here. I discussed with some of you before. Wait, if I go this way, and I saw something again. I discussed this before, that it's not. This is not necessarily about how to draw a perfect eye. This is more about, okay, we already know how to draw a portrait. We already know how to paint a portrait. Right now, we're searching for that expression, and this is something that it's difficult to find anywhere. No one wants to talk about this, especially online, because it's most of the know-how of everyone. It's just like these top secrets. How do you do, certain things with the portraits? So this is what we do here. In addition to other things. So I'm still looking at that. There is little, I don't know. There's something here. Right? Whether it's going to be this way, I have to really figure it out what to do over this part, because it's starting to be, it's starting to just be so abstract, and this is the last part that is completely abstract right here. Well, this piece a little bit, but they're so far in the back that I don't really, these figures can stay as they are. I don't really care that much. Well, they don't need to be developed to any degree. Just maybe a little bit of a cast shadow underneath the eye and nose, and that's it. So that, and then also when you look at that, this is an empty spot. This is the negative space. I'm probably in the way. Where's my pointy stick? Oh, there it is. So this is the area of boringness for me. There's nothing happening here. So, and it's because I was changing. Remember, as I was talking about that, I was trying to put the brush strokes to this direction, so it kind of flows. Right now, when I was focusing on the proper value and proper, not value, proper chroma, proper saturation, I kind of went like this. So I have to bring back that direction. So let me do, and maybe slightly cooler. That's what I need. Maybe a little different consistency. So what I'm trying to do is like, I'm going from here to here, right? Maybe something like this. And there's reflecting a little bit into the, so it's just, I want to break that monotonous negative space there. And maybe just a touch here, what you say, visually, right? Just to get, just to separate him from the background. Okay, perhaps. And then I need to work on that knee of his, because right now, this dark value that is right here, it's kind of breaking that volume. So let me just lighten it up a little bit. And again, since it's on the light side and we are outside, I'm going to warm it up just a touch. So instead of going with the blue, a bit more of this, not because I need a different value, I need more pigment into my brush. I'm really loading the brush with the pigment. And if you work digitally, probably you don't have this problem, but for those of you who are watching and you guys are working traditionally, this is something that really I struggled a lot with, loading my brush with the pigment, right? So really, and you know, it's destroyed almost. But I like that because these are these imperfection, happy accidents that we're going to get while painting. So I would push it. I'm thinking about the anatomy. So this is a foot. There's a heel, and then this is where the knee could be, perhaps, right? So a little bit this way to make it lighter, and then it goes all the way here, where it's going to be the belt area, right? See, immediately it looks better. It's just starting to go. I'm sorry, I'm just, again, I was talking too much in painting and I was neglecting the chat. I apologize. By the way, I started using yellow ochre and I can see why you really like it. So it's a nice addition to my palette. Oh, welcome to a yellow ochre addiction. Because yellow ochre, it's like a, remember we talked about the cooking examples. So yellow ochre is that bread and butter. I don't know. It's the main ingredient into most of my mixtures because it's a nice kind of a opaque, and that's why, you know, I started with this feels strange because that's not yellow ochre consistency that I'm used to. I like the really kind of a chunky a feel of yellow ochre because that's what gives a body to my to my paint, right? And then I can develop left and right from yellow ochre, especially when it comes to portrait, because I can add a well, ideally vermilion, but then I have these beautiful pigments as well. This is English red and cadmium red light. I can start adding it there and creating warmer variations, and then blue going into cools and greens, which is just a simple way of navigating through the portrait. Your commentary is lovely. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, please continue. I will. You're gonna get annoyed after a while. Trust me. Might have to try a vermilion one day. Oh, you have to. You have to. I have. I had like vermilion hue, and I didn't like it because it was kind of like a cheap version of it. But then you remember I had that. What was it? I think it's a Sennelier. A brand I don't remember right now, the vermilion. Well, when I'll see it, I'll get it again in the store. So I probably will have to go and buy that one before I leave to to that diploma exhibition. So that way, okay, cool. And I need a little bit more here because I want to show a little bit more contrast. And then maybe there is some kind of a here, because I want to show that, cool. Right now I'm going, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to break that. This is a lighter area right here because I don't want that much of contrast up here. So instead of lightening it, I'm just, instead of darkening a background, I'm lightening figure because I want to create the soft transition. Okay, that's nice. It can start receding into a background because this part, this area right here, this is a sleeve that's supposed to go from behind, right? Because as he stands, the part that we see, the light area, it's the shoulder and his arm are going, I'm creating like a weird position, but this is basically what he's doing. But naturally he would be probably holding like this, but I want to create a curve. So I'm pushing that direction and trying to overlap it around and push it together with like the little belt. Also, it's just a rope that they have around their waist. So we can actually try to see what will happen if I, somewhere here, maybe, I don't know. Just visually, yeah, that's going to work. That's definitely going to work. And it's also proportionally correct. So we were right moving that because that hand previously was slightly lower. You remember DM7, you for sure remember because it was a little lower. And at the beginning, I'm kind of move it a little higher up because I didn't like the shape. And right now, proportionally, I'm looking that if this is a foot, somewhere here would be a midpoint. A little bit above midpoint is going to be a waist, right? Which kind of sits nicely there. So this one works. He also looks that he's leaning, he's in the motion. So we're good. We are good with that guy. And also we solved the problem with this, which I was neglecting 3-4 months by now. So yeah. Cool. So instead of this foot going this direction, nobody cares about this foot anymore. Nice. Maybe push it this way even. So I can start developing this a little bit more. So it nicely kind of protrudes forward. And also I need to show that this is not a right foot or right leg with a right foot. And the, left leg and left foot and the right leg and right foot are behind, right? So it's going into perspective, into background, into atmospheric perspective, into background. Yeah, yeah. So right now, probably, okay, this sleeve needs to be developed a little better because again, I have the negative space and almost tangents right here. So let's make sure that this works properly because that's something that kind of bothers me. And then also a question is, if I were to push this right here, this direction, would this work? Changing the shape a little bit? Yeah, I think this is going to work. So it's going over his shoulder, another overlap, and we're keeping with the same theme, right? So we have a different kind of waves, but it's remember Harold Speed, it's a variety within a unity. So unifying factor is that this, and this are same kind of garments, right? And we're trying to vary again that, so we don't have the same kind of a same swoop all the time everywhere because it's going to kill the composition. So we are rotating in with playing with the shapes a little bit. That's that artistic license. Somewhere it could be a little bit more pronounced. Somewhere it's just going to disappear. And I think that also it gives us a little bit more of that understanding of of what are they wearing by looking at it from a different directions, right? Remember, I talked about this with the head. So I have to put maybe somewhere some other head, maybe, I'm not sure, or create that idea of looking at the objects that are kind of not necessary in our day-to-day viewing, so it's easier for viewer to recognize what these objects are, right? So twisting it and moving it from a different directions and kind of positioning them differently helps the kind of overall visual consistency in terms of understanding what you're looking at as a viewer. Because I know that these are heads, but some random person might in and they might say, what is this, like a whatever. But you can see how powerful. I'm looking at the computer screen, and do you see how powerful these two brush marks are? This one and this one, how they frame the figure, how important they are, but also how much attention this area right here. It's asking for it compared to right now this dull looking face. I'll stand here and you have no problem identifying this as a main character. I'll move away, and for me, what I'm looking at, it's immediately kind of hitting that point of the attention, which is not bad, but it's not where I want the attention to be necessarily, right? So that gives me, instead of destroying this, because that would be your, that would be my first thought as a younger painter, is that, oh, I'm breaking the attention from here. Oh, this has to go darker. No, this has to be developed better, right? I can still push this more, and when you think you're done, you can do twice as more. How do I know that? Well, I was looking at the Rembrandt's paintings. That's how I know it. So I know that it can't go further because I saw Rembrandt's painting. I saw Velázquez paintings. I saw, fill the blank, your favorite painter. You mentioned illustrations, right? So there is plenty of great illustrators that you can fill the blank with. Very famous one, probably, that everybody knows, it's Frazetta, that just, that comes to mind immediately. And, probably I should say Leyendecker and not Andrew White, but his father, actually, Ansi Wyeth. Right. That way. Okay. So this motion works. We are kind of okay there. The only thing that I need to, there's going to be, the hand needs to be adjusted. That's for sure. Because right now it's just the shape, the placeholder. It doesn't resemble hand at all. But it's the right value in the right spot where I want it to have when it comes to that position. So that's fine. So right now, well, not right now, because what time is it? Because I can start seeing the sun shining into my, it's almost 4 now. Unfortunately, I have to finish at 4 today because I have another thing to work on, another project that I have to finish by Friday. I mentioned at the beginning that there's going to be a group of people who's going to check it out, the presentation that I prepared for them. So I have to work on that a little bit. So what I'm trying to say is that within this shape that I have right here, I'm going to design the hand that is holding this. That's what I meant. That same goes for here. I have to right now probably do a couple sketches of hands, my own with a mirror, and probably maybe tomorrow I can even set up the mirror and just pose my hand for myself, because I'm actually kind of holding my brushes the way that he might be holding this little walking stick. Yeah. So that will be another part that needs to be finished, and perhaps I should start looking into that field and make it. I want to show the perspective that it goes into background. So that will be another part. So yeah, I think that would be it for today. Well, I still have 10 minutes, so let's paint. Let's paint. But then at 4, I'll just drop the brushes and turn off the camera with no. Okay, let me push this higher up. Okay, let's do this. Let's because I'm kind of, not necessarily that I'm worried, but I want to double check this. And also it bothers me that it's dropping on that line, so. Let me move it upside down so I can double check the composition, whether or not it works on its own. Because these are, these are supposed to work as a group, but also as a separate paintings, as a separate compositions. Let me move it a little bit more here so I have a little bit more light on it. All right. Hopefully no one's going to fall. Cool. What I'm looking for right now, it's the mistakes in the composition. I can still see one, and that's the curved area right here, which is not bad, but I still don't like the curvature there. But we can, I can already feel that this right here is being pushed way too much compared to, the main focal point. So I'm super happy with that. I will work on the foot a little bit right now, even when it's upside down, because it's just a shape. And after after a years of practice, you don't care which is upside down or left and right. Who cares? It's the same shape. So that, and then maybe I could throw. I'm thinking to push it. Yeah, that would be cool. I could throw a little bit of a cast shadow then on top of this bucket or basket rather. Right here, and then maybe a little bit of here to give it even more volume. That's cool. So that's going to work. I have no problem with that. Yeah. So that's. I like the curve though, feels so dynamic, but I see what you mean. Yeah, it's just, it is, I like the curve because the reason I'm super cool with the curve, the problem is that I am curving this because I'm trying to create the curvature in the flat surface. And then I also curve the horizon. So it's kind of the, it's like overstaining it. I think it's overstaining it. I want it to be a subtle curve and subtle motion because, as it moves into that, as it moves into another painting, well, maybe, you know what? I like it myself, but for some reason, when I'm looking on the screen, I don't like it. When I see it in life, I don't have that much problem with it, but looking on the screen, it's just, maybe it's just the angle. Well, let me do this. So you see it always under the angle, so you don't see it flat. And that's why it might bother me. This would be a perpendicular to it. It's going to be Yeah, I guess that's why it's bothering. Okay, I see another problem here. Okay, I see why it bothers me. Check this out. It's me and my my brain that is lazy and wants to procrastinate only. Check this shape that I created right here, and I'm talking about the dark shape, not talking about shadow, just a dark shape. Check it out. And I reproduced it here. Do you see it? Because I do, and it's driving me nuts. So that's the problem. Problem is not necessarily this area right here. It's because it's so poorly executed on this side that it's so visible. So maybe we could, not maybe, I have to do something with it. I would have overlooked that, so I'm learning. Put your painting upside down and you'll see the mistakes the same way. And also, you remember DM7 that we talked about this a lot, and I have a hard time myself to do it. It's just being critical to your work, not for sake of just insulting yourself, but improving the artwork. You can't, because the moment that you start being afraid to name the problem, it's just you're gonna run into so many other problems. How do I know that, you ask? Rhetorically, because I love to talk a lot for no apparent reason, because I have my own experience with that. You're just going to convince yourself that it's okay and people are not going to see it. People are not going to see it. People are not I'm sorry. People are not going to be able to see it. People are not going to be able to understand where the problem is. They're just not going to like the composition. Something is going to bother them there, and it's going to pull them away. I always ask myself this question: why isn't this working? Why isn't this looking right? Shape, value, etc. Yeah. And then again, the first problem, and before I ask about anything, it's the main composition. You remember, and for those of you guys who are joining late to the party, but that's better late than never. I have like a sketch that I worked on. I don't know if you can see it all this way. Yeah. So it's not exact, but we had to do some changes because of the difficulties with Canvas. No worry, but there is a certain way, there's a certain shape that I wanted in that. I'm sorry. That I wanted in that. Oh, you're not gonna be able to see it anyway. So what I'm trying to say is there is a certain shape. There is a main compositional movement that is setting up the tone. So before anything else, before I would be worried about the right color, right value, right, I don't know, the right size of a canvas, the right materials, and I don't know, the drying things, and brushes are not cleaned perfectly. I don't know, like before all these, because I went through this. There's no amount of good material is going to solve the true compositional problem. Unfortunately, I wish it could. The more expensive material in my case, and I'm gonna be honest again, because why not? Who cares? My own experience is that the expensive materials are going to be even worse, because other painters and people, like when you have like expensive vermilion, for instance, they're going to see a vermilion being not necessarily wasted, but used not effectively. That's my case. That's my case. That's something that I'm talking about based on my own experience. This is not an observation. This is unfortunately this is a true disappointment. So it looks like, you know, it's look like you, there is no, and probably you actually, you experience it in your life. The fact that you have a yacht or a Lamborghini not necessarily makes you a good person. Or, you know, adequately behaving person. Just look at it one more time. Here. Yeah, that's the problem. It's just it's exactly the same. Like I'm looking at this, it goes this way, like so, and right here through the legs, even the foot that I put is pushing it there. It's just perfect replica of this. And as it goes here, it's getting lighter the same way as here. It's too much of a, I mean, all right. That's something to think about. Abstractly right now, what I would like to do probably is just to push that a little bit more that way. So maybe like a little bit of just an experiment. What I'm thinking about, it's like more of this direction instead of a lot of these here. Maybe I could just soften this a little bit here and push it that way, because I want to keep the swoop going that direction. Love the sketch, by the way. Yeah, well, thank you. It's just there's something that I'm not really. The fact is that when I started that fragment painting, well, because this is a fragment painting, I felt like I want to expand and I wish to see it in that one whole painting. So maybe if I'll go to, and if I won't be able to transport this one within 2 months, I'm probably going to go with that sketch to see if I can push that one. Maybe I could do this crazy stuff, you know, instead of just being, following that a safe route of just trying to copy what I've previously painted. Maybe like a little more of this. I kind of like this. Maybe this could go a little bit more this direction, like a little small something there. Oh yeah. Just to change the shape a little bit so it nicely kind of works together. And again, I'm painting this right here, absolutely like who cares about the corner of a painting? It's going to set up the tone for the direction. So you should not neglect, or not even neglect. This is as important for me as the portrait, equally important. And I'm going to be here spending as much time, more time than painting that portrait for sure. Because that portrait is just a portrait. It's not, that's not an issue. Portraits are not an issue. And maybe it's just, I just want to do it. Maybe I could throw that, because I'm missing that cross. And when I say cross, I mean the paths that are crossing. See you next. Yeah, man. Take care. See you. Thank you for joining. My microphone fell down. My apologies. Just a second. I'm sorry. Good to see you, man. And I hope to see you soon here. And by the way, also thank you for explaining that situation with being affiliate. I hope that I'm pronouncing it correctly. It's it was super valuable. Thank you, man. Yeah, the direction this works. Let me just move that line a little bit. So because it's still going to curve, but I'm going to cut it there. You know what I mean? It's that I'm trying to apply the same logic then when we talk about the Rembrandt. So you have a curve and straight. So there is area where you want to rest with your eyes, an area where you have to follow all these things. Too much of a straight lines, it's going to make it boring. Too much of a curved line, it's going to make it too confusing, right? So there's the balance there. And it's not the balance that it has to be 50-50, right? It's the balance that I'm going to choose that I have way more curved line than the straight line. But the straight line represents a the kind of a like accents, right? So I have all these, I have a nature, I have these straight lines, I have people, I have the garments that is flowing. Then I want to have a straight line with a stick, straight lines with icons, straight line with the book, straight line with the cross that they were carrying, and also another icon right here. These are straight lines, counterbalancing all the curvatures, right? So same, I'm looking into this, in this painting, the same idea, I'm looking for that balance. And when I say balance, I'm talking about design and the compositional balance, something that is pleasing for the eye, but still keeping the composition moving and flowing. But this should be, and I know that it looks dark, I just move it a little bit more, so it's a little bit more visible. Right now, it feels that it shouldn't be that a blue, because it's kind of what's the word that I'm looking for? It looks like a sky jumped through something dark, and there is a sky right here again. So I want to bring the blueness, orangeness. You remember I talked about a Bruegel, right? I have there it is. And you remember when I talked about the Bruegel, and you can see it on the screen right now, there is a warmth in the bottom. There is a kind of a neutral, desaturated green or slightly cooler green into blue, into a light blue all the way here. And then he beautifully, and you can't see it, I'm sorry. I have a dirty hands, I don't want to, no, right now you don't see anything. Okay, now I got it. So I have warmth, dark, warmth, light, cool, dark, cool light, and then the white, and then the beautiful tree kind of creates the beautiful tree creates something that we can call, I could call it vignette or framing, right? Because, and hear me out, because he knew very well, Bruegel, either it's consciously or subconsciously, that we talk about the reading order. I don't know if any of this is true, but it's helping me to navigate through the problems with the painting. So we have a reading direction that we read. We go from left to right, and I'm talking about Western languages, right? So it's English, Spanish, even Slavic languages, doesn't really matter. I'm not talking about Asians right now, or Middle Eastern languages. So what would you do? Naturally, you would just go through this painting from left to right immediately because everything has this direction. Like he has these, he has the strip of a light, the strip of a very cool blue, then this strip of greens, and then the warmth right here. The only thing that is there straight, it's the figures. And then this tree that it's kind of pushing you to go back to this. And it's just moving. Plus, what I like to think that is like these people are straight like a trees. Right? And then also, the funny thing is that they have on the top, right, on the top of their heads, the same way as the trees on the top of their trunks, they have that fruits, apples. When we talk about the apple tree, I picture that's my story in my head that he kind of were, oh, people are like trees. They're just, you know. It's kind of a funny metaphor, and this is for me. I think that because Bruegel is known for depicting what's the word that I'm looking for? Proverbs, sayings. So let me just mix a little darker pigment. And I'm mixing it into my dirty brush because I want a little bit of this in there, because I want a darker and less saturated pigment to connect with the background. People are like trees. I like that. Well, check that painting because they look like they're trees. Oh, there's the other side. That's perfect. Ah. Oh, that's awesome, because on this side, people are going towards you, and on this side, people are going away from you. Oh, that's clever. Bruegel, that's clever. You little rascal. That's clever. I have to give it to Bruegel. I mean, so what I'm doing right now, I'm just pushing that. And I'm just having fun with it. It's just not, okay, yep, there we go. Still have that curvature, but right now it's pushing towards that direction that I want it to. Nice, a little better. And let's be a little bit more specific here. So maybe I could just push this shrubbage right here, or shrubs. And then, okay, that would be cool. Okay, let me just do this. I know I shouldn't, but I'm going anywhere. I'm going to do it anyway. Maybe I want it to be a little bit more like so. Yeah. So let's load that brush. And this is, I mean, I'm almost like, this is how bad the brush is damaged. But you might be like, what are you doing to your brushes? I need that to happen. Cool. Yep. That's too much. Okay, maybe some random light area right there. So we can start working with these different plants that are going to be on that. Now I need this book. I need to become rich. Yeah. This is like, some people put money into bank and into a what's it called, houses. I'm just for what word that I'm looking for. I think I'm tired already. People are putting money into a can you help me with that word that I'm looking for when you talk about properties, right? For properties and from into a bank, maybe some kind of, you know, other investment. This is all my money is right here, this pile. just full on. This is my in America, how do they call it? This is a 401k. This is my 401k right here. That's the, yeah, mortgage. Yeah, but yes, you're right, mortgage. But when you want to be a landlord or owner of land, right? So you're buying the properties, and then you're paying for the mortgage, or maybe if you're from a little bit more solvent family, you just pay you know, cash. I don't know, but you know, this is my 401k for Americans. Retirement money are right here. So that's just for those of you who asking, like, where did you get that book? Retirement money. So I'm gonna be old. I'm gonna be angry old man. It's just gonna be with the books, looking from the window if I'm not gonna be homeless, and being like, what are these kids doing outside? Why don't they read the books? What is this? Oh my God, where the world is, you know, going towards to. I'm just gonna be a good old person. It's awesome to see you get inspired by those books, and the best part, you can just doom scroll on these books. It's just straight to the point. I mean, I know that you cannot doom scroll, but trust me, you can. You know, there's a couple. I'm trying to relate to a younger audience. There is a couple dates that I didn't go to because I was reading these books. So that's just, I don't. It's just since that's my retirement plan. It's just it's what it is, you know. So there's a couple. Yeah, there is a time wasted into looking into these. Sounds good though, yeah, but not when you are a young male and you wanna be outside there. So it's kind of a not really the way to go. I have to say, it's paying off right now, but not 20 years ago. Well, I didn't have them, but I could get them in the library. Best job ever, being a librarian. I have to recommend this to anybody who wants the good education. Just go and volunteer in the library. The coolest place I've ever worked. Not only are you going to learn a lot, you're going to learn a lot about like Dewey Decimal System or a Library of Congress, a system of, you know, categorizing the books, and you're putting things into. It's just another whole appreciation for people that are working in the libraries. But then you can talk to them, and they can point you out to some cool books. They can even give you a call. Oh, we're getting rid of these books. Do you want to go and get them? I get these Taschen books. I have Raphael and I have Michelangelo for $5 because of the library connections that I have. This is so funny. This is so funny. You know, like I'm bragging about my library connections. Oh, that's awesome. This is where the channel is right now. Yeah, guys, you guys have you know, some real library connections. Do you even know who I am? I have a connections in the library. I'm sorry. I think this is what time is it? Yeah, perfect. It's just this is the best moment to stop. If you want to know more about the connections that I have, in the library. And if you need me to hook you up with some very old books with a really bad, with the broken pages and like damaged covers, and that I'm your guy. So that's going to be it for today. Thank you for joining me, and hopefully you are creating your own artwork alongside, and it's that creative discussion that we created today. I hope that kind of boosted your I'm losing words today. Maybe I'm getting, I don't know. Your willingness to try these new things, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. In other words, it's just that feeling of, oh, I don't know what to do, I don't know how to move from here, and you're trying to think a couple steps forward so you don't screw the work that you already put into it. And I know how difficult it is, and that, I'm showing you that I'm doing that all day. I'm just, the only rule that I have, if I feel something is wrong, I am 100% sure that something is wrong. That's the only rule that I have, and that's that inner feeling. And it's different for every one of us, because I think it's activated by the things that you like to look at and things that you don't like to look at. The moment that something is bothering you in your eye, it's most likely because either the compositionally doesn't work for you, or maybe the execution of that composition it doesn't work the way that you want to. And there may be so many other problems when it comes to this, or other ways to think about it. But for me, it's definitely, and we talked about this at the beginning of a stream, that it is that inner feeling that I am standing on that crossroads, and am I going to go left, straight, or right, or turn back? And I have so many options. And I'm kind of, it's not even that I'm worried, I'm hesitant whether or not this particular path that I'm taking with the painting, it's the right one, because there is unlimited amounts of a different direction that you can take that painting. Ideally, when you look at people like Claude Monet, how many times he painted that cathedral, the famous one? How many times do you think he painted it? How many times he painted it and threw the canvas into a trash can? I think at least 100 times. At least 100 times. And there is probably another 100 ideas that he had with the cathedral that we've never seen. Because these are not for us to be seen. He wanted to create that beautiful glistening, that kind of like a sparkling in that beautiful different light setup. And you can see the different temperatures, like it's morning, it's evening, it's cooler, it's colder, it's hotter, and it's all with that small nuances that he was looking for. So that's what I do here, and it takes time. It took him a couple of years to nail that kind of impressionistic thing, and then he went to his own direction. So it's that the process of eliminating what works and what doesn't that is so difficult at the beginning, when you're still struggling with, oh, I have to paint the fingers, I have to paint the hand and arm. You get to the point that, oh, you know how to paint the arm, and that's when the problem starts, because what am I going to do with that arm right now? Right? So that's what we're doing here. I know that I can paint the hand, but right now I need to know where that hand is going to be in terms of composition. So I enjoyed today tremendously. I have a smile the whole day. We laughed a lot. And that's what happens in the studio when you work together with other people or alongside your peers. So if you can and if you want, please join me tomorrow, hopefully. For those of you who don't know, I have right now like a weird schedule. I have to move things around because on April 1st, I am going for a trip for a couple months. So I'm preparing simultaneously for that. for that trip. So I have my schedule. I stream every day from 12 to 4. I might stream a little bit more because I need to finish these things. It might happen that I might not be here suddenly because I have some calls. I have to do some paperwork for the paintings and so on and so forth. I don't want to bother you with that. Just bear with me for these couple days. It's going to be turbulent a lot, but I want to stream in between these days as well because I want to show you that every possible minute that you have, you can spare to paint. And if you can do 5 minutes a day, it's still better than 0 minutes a day. That's just a mathematic that's a logic that hopefully will never stop working, because there's a lot of unlogical things that are happening around us every day. That, you know, it's just what it is. But this particular logic, I hope it's going to stay. So thank you for joining me. Thank you for being part of this Frankenstein of a painting that I'm working on. And I hope to see you soon, hopefully tomorrow. Take care. We'll see you. Bye.